Wilson, Laura Blakely.
Greg Coladonato.
Jose Gutierrez Jr. Let the record reflect that all trustees are in attendance for tonight's meeting. Approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by Ms. Blakely. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Now we are at the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Looks like our first speaker here is Ms. Julie Muir.
Oh, thank you. So, hello everyone. Good evening. My name is Julie Muir. I'm a parent of two kids at Crittenton. I've gone through the Mountain View Wisman School District elementary schools. I serve on the PTA at Crittenton. I'm the chair of the Panther Prowl, which is on Friday. You guys are all welcome to come and eat tacos dorados and pizza and popcorn and everything that we're selling, and come celebrate with us. We're going to have a great event. Even if it is raining, you can just bring your umbrellas. So fun. Okay, so I got off work early today to come and comment on the extension of the German lease school at Wisman Elementary. I do not think that you should extend this lease to, I think what it is, 2042. On the horizon, our district may possibly, I know it seems impossible to think about it, but our district may need to open up yet another school. There are two reasons for needing potentially a 10th elementary school in the district. First, the city of Mountain View is working on the East Wisman Precise Plan. So that's in that quadrant of Mountain View. And so where are those kids going to go to school? Where's their neighborhood school going to be? The Wisman Middlefield quadrant is the fastest growing area in the city. Secondly, I was part of the group that made the district aware that the North Wisman Slater neighborhoods were split into 3 different schools over the years, and that there were enough kids to support a neighborhood school in our quadrant of the city. It was a hard-won battle. It was very difficult to get that information before you and get those discussions going. But now I hear that the Boundaries Committee has 3 out of 4 options that the North Wisman group is not going to be slated to Slater after all of that work. That we're going to be taken out of our neighborhood and taken to Theracroft. So because the reason for that is because there's potentially 600 kids who are eligible to go to Slater School. And so they want to take a piece of our neighborhood, take it off, and tell us to go somewhere else. So if you can't fit us all in at Slater, then the district should consider opening up Wisman Elementary to public school kids in the district. By extending the lease, you make Wisman unavailable to its neighborhood kids for another 25 years. I understand that this district needs and uses the rent money for its funding, but public school kids should have priority. If for some reason you move forward with this, I hope you have some kind of guarantees in the contract to make sure this isn't a ploy by the German school to get a longer lease. I love the German school people. We interact with them here and there, and I understand their need to have a longer lease. That totally makes sense. If I was them, that's what I would want. But if they, I would say, so I was saying, I understand their need to get as long of a lease as possible to stay open, but if they don't get German government funding to do the remodeling or expansion that they want, then I don't think they should get the extension in their lease. You should expect and get high quality renovations at the very least that will continue to make the building useful to future tenants. Again, Wisman Elementary, which I live right down the road from, should be used by public school kids in the neighborhood in which it's located. But if you expand that lease, it will not be available for several generations of kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Our second speaker is Ms. Katie Dektar. Okay. You can
Hi.
please introduce yourself once you're there at the mic.
All right, I'm Katie Dektar. I live down the road from Julie in the North Wisman neighborhood, and I don't have any kids yet, but I'm thinking of having kids in the time frame that includes the next 25 years. So I just wanted to come and have them going to school in that time. So I wanted to come to second what she said. I really would love to have a walkable neighborhood school, and if the German school lease is extended, and if the Slater school doesn't have the North Wisman neighborhood districted into it, then I won't be able to bring my theoretical kids in a bicycle. And currently my husband and I, we bike everywhere. We don't own a car by choice, and we really love that lifestyle. And we think, there's no need for more cars in Mountain View. So I just want to say also, support more biking, more walking by considering not renewing that lease so that we can get a neighborhood school for North Wisman. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Before we adjourn the closed session, I'm to report that one of these potential litigation cases is based on a threat of litigation made against the district by at least one person posting comments online on the Mountain View Voice. And having said that, we will adjourn the closed session at 5:08 PM.
Kathy, will we get printed agendas to follow along? Okay, thank you. I think this is like the form that mine is.
Thank you.
Sure.
Wow, jellyfish. That's amazing. I like what I see. Yes, I want more.
Oh, this one, that's good.
How are you? Thank you, Carmen.
Wait, but you don't want that?
I don't. I have one in my.
Could you pass me that? That is the best flavor.
Oh,
That
see,
is the best flavor.
Nobody in my office likes this flavor.
This
These
flavor.
all stack up.
But this-
like, they all gone, and then it's
This
all
thing
dairy.
is, oh, so good.
Okay.
Say it again.
Too much stevia.
Take one, pass it down. Take one, pass it down.
Thank you. Restoring network connections. I don't care.
Gayatri, I thought that was your son. Borrowed him.
The time is 6:31 PM. Well, let's reconvene our meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees back to order. And I'd like to report after closed session that the board voted unanimously to approve a settlement and general release agreement between the district and a classified employee, which includes a resignation and a continuation of compensation through the contract ending June 30th, 2017. Now we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Who do we have here to help us with this?
Hello, we have our winning sixth grade
right.
startup weekend team.
I saw you.
This is the first time where we've had a team made up of mainly Crittenden students. Shall we get started?
Yes.
Okay.
please.
So I'm waiting for the choreography. Part of the choreography is the people leading the pledge ask us to rise. Is that correct?
Whoops, we already rose.
Because they look like.
But you can
leaders.
ask us
We
again.
pre-rose.
All right, I will sit down, go for it.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you much.
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And can I say, I had the privilege of observing your final version of your startup weekend presentation. I was very impressed.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the consent agenda.
I'd like to move to approve the consent agenda with just item B removed. Item B is the minutes, and because of some problem with our agenda company, 3 of the minutes weren't posted. And so I haven't seen them yet. I like to read the minutes. And so I move that we approve the consent agenda as A, C, D, E, F, G, but leave B out.
Second.
Moved by trustee Coronado, seconded by trustee Wheeler. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously.
And my sense, trustee Coladonado, is you're just asking them to come back to a next meeting.
That would be my default assumption that
Okay.
next meeting they'll be back and we'll get them posted and we'll do.
And that'll give us a chance to just review them.
I
in
want to read
general.
them. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course.
That's fine. Makes perfect sense. Moving on to communications, employee organizations. Anyone here that would like to share your perspective with the district? Nope. How about district committees? Any updates? No? Superintendent?
Just wanted to say that we agreed today that we are going to have a special board session, study session on April 7th from 5 to 7 p.m. This study session is about the next step in the
Is it April 7th?
7th. That's the one that everybody said that they could do.
Friday.
Friday, April 7th. Uh-oh. You clicked
You-
on the.
You did
Yes.
check on
I wrote that I had
for,
No, that was the one before. It was like
Okay.
April 1st. You
All right,
said
so
you
then
couldn't
we-
go.
That's the last day we can do it. Right?
It-
Pretty much.
if that doesn't work, I need to know now so I can I can
I'm
email.
sorry.
Okay.
Here's the
Maybe
poll.
I'm confusing.
Here's
it.
the
okay.
poll.
There was something that I said, I don't know how I responded, but I can't do
Yeah, it
this.
was the-
one.
Up
was the
until
prior
7:30,
one.
What time did you say it would be on, if it's on April 7th? What time?
5 to 7. If
5 to
that
7,
doesn't
yeah.
work, we still have time, but I would,
I thought we were looking at 5 to 7 on April 5th. That,
okay. Does that work?
I don't know if
hate
it works
to-
for everybody else. I'm sorry, I'm
Is that the
confused.
one
This
you
is,
couldn't do?
but then I wrote back and I said, maybe I wrote reply all by email, that
Okay.
I wasn't sure how I did this.
Okay. So how about this? Then
I can't do
we,
Wednesdays.
we are currently working on
Yeah.
scheduling
That's true.
another session
Sounds true.
for SAATF, this board study session. So I will do another doodle poll. It's all good.
Yeah, I
It's
can't.
not a problem. We still got a couple times. You can't do it on Wednesday. This Saturday work.
I recommend we don't do it
Not that
during spring
Saturday.
break. That's the
That's-
first
that's-
day of spring
that's-
break. Yeah,
yes.
let's not.
Can't do that
That'd be
Saturday
bad.
morning.
Okay. And I know that 2 of you are out during other times. Let me reach out to the demographer and let me find another day that can work. We can make this work.
By the way, thank you for your excellent work on the boundary, on the SATF. I was in attendance for a few hours of last Saturday's workshop, and to see so many different community members coming together and working through real challenges where, the line moves here and these people benefit and those people, it's to their detriment in their opinion, and not, so many different things to balance. And I think they've been doing a great job.
They have. Okay.
Anything else?
No, I feel like I should stop while I'm ahead.
Yeah, let's just move to the next thing.
I apologize for that one.
Okay, community comments. Thank you, Crittenden. Thank you so much. Moving on to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. Is this one, we just have one person?
Yes.
Okay. Sosh Gandhi? Sush?
Hi. Do you need, do I need
Yes,
to
we
use
need
that?
the
Introduce.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Now.
Hi, thank you for hearing from me. My name is Sush Gandhi, and I'm a resident of the North Wistman neighborhood. I have my 3rd son here, who will go through the Wistman School District.
Mountain View Western School District.
Mountain View Western School District. Thank you. Several years ago, I stood here before the board and I pleaded with you to consider opening a neighborhood school in our area, despite data that claimed we didn't have enough children worthy of a walkable school. I believe you heard us. When the board finally got new data and decided to consider options for all of the school boundaries, many of my neighbors got together and showed you presentations and maps to try to convince you to study options. I believe you heard us. When you held public information meetings recently at the various schools to get public input on the 5 options being considered, I attended these meetings, and there was a resounding theme of keeping the North Wistman neighborhood together with the rest of our area. I believe you heard us. Recently, I heard new options are being considered that would once again exclude the North Wistman neighborhood. I'm so disappointed and baffled at the process and how you could reopen the evaluation without reopening public input. I'm losing my faith that you can hear me. Please consider the facts. Please consider the safety of our children. Please consider making it walkable for this guy when he learns to walk. Please start hearing us again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Moving on, review and action. A, contractor award for the Crittenden Middle School Track and Field Creekside Trailer Project. Dr. Clark.
This item is being brought for you to the board tonight to approve the contract with Interstate Grading and Paving in the amount of $5,553,000 for the Crittenden Creekside Trail and Track and Field Project.
Any questions from the trustees? or comments?
I have a comment. I was highly impressed with the extensive materials that you made available to the trustees on this project. So thank you.
You're welcome. What did I do?
Anyone else?
Where did this bid come in relation to what we expected it to be, what the budget was, or?
So on the attachment,
Mhm.
it shows what the original budget was, which is $6.1 million. Showed all 4 bids that were received.
Mhm.
And so it's all there in the attachment.
Okay, you didn't want to say it in public. That's fine.
Oh,
Okay.
well, that was the reason for the question, was
Um,
to say it in public? Yeah, it was, of the $6.1 million budget, this was the second lowest bid. The first lowest bid had to pull out for a clerical error. So it was about $550,000 under budget.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone else? Nope. Okay, I'm going to open this up to the public. Any members of the community that would like to address the board about this issue? Being that there are none, I'll come back to the board. Motion, please, unless you'd like to discuss further or ask questions.
I move to approve.
Second,
It's been moved by trustee Blakely, seconded by trustee Wheeler, that the Board of Trustees award the construction contract for the Crittenden Middle School track and field and Permanente Creek Trail Extension Project to Interstate Grading and Paving Incorporated in the amount of $553,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. We'll move on to B, Memorandum of Understanding, the transfer of ownership of 2 portables at Stevenson Elementary School from the Santa Clara County Office of Education to the Mountain View Wisman School District. Dr. Clark.
So we currently have 2 portables on the Stevenson campus that are being used for kindergarten classes. They are owned by the Santa Clara County Office of Education. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that, we made a deal with the County Office of Education that we would use the 2 buildings on the Stevenson campus in exchange for 2 buildings on the Slater campus, but we would also charge them rent for the lease of the portables on the Slater campus in the tune of $26,000. So roughly. So what we need is those 2 portables sitting on the Stevenson campus as part of the master plan for Stevenson to use for kindergarten. It just so happens, coincidentally, that the county office was planning to vacate those portables on Slater this next school year because their program has changed. So it turned out pretty well, just a great happenstance and timing that we made, negotiated an agreement with them that we would, in lieu of rent for those 2 portables this year, we would essentially just take over ownership of the 2 portables at Stevenson plus $1. They agreed. So we're bringing it forward to the board tonight to approve.
Trustees, any questions or comments? Correct?
Move to approve.
Second.
Oh, well, I'm going to open it up to the
Oh,
community.
sorry.
Any members of the community that would like to discuss this with the board? Being that there are no members of the community that would like to bring this up or share their ideas right now, we will move on to the board again.
Move to approve
Second.
again.
Motion by trustee Wilson, I'm sorry, and seconded by trustee Coldonado, that the Board of Trustees approve the transfer of ownership of 2 portables at Stevenson Elementary School from the Santa Clara County Office of Education to the Mountain View Wisman School District for the amount of $1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Review and discussion. Administrative Regulation number 3312, contracts. A 20-minute presentation by Dr. Allende Rudolph.
So I'm actually, I know we had questions about the process for which contracts are. We at staff has brought an administrative regulation 3312, and we have Phil Henderson who will discuss the particulars of those items. So I'm going to turn it over to our attorney.
Thank you, Superintendent. So you should have in front of you a copy of the draft administrative regulation 3312. I'll walk through it real quickly, but I'll give it about 30 seconds of history, if you will. In November 2015, the board passed 3 resolutions related to delegation of authority. One had to do with contracts, one had to do with paying warrants, another had to do with other types of contracts. So this administrative reg is intended to mimic, for the most part, that resolution from 2015, but also to clarify it with some, with more specificity. You have a board policy now, which is obviously board policy 3312, which relatively standard form. It comes from CSBA, the California School Boards Association. First paragraph of that particular board policy, which we're not changing tonight, talks about the delegation of authority. So the administrative reg takes that little paragraph that's in the board policy and then explains how to implement that particular statute related to delegation. So I won't read every single word of this AR 3312, but let me walk through it in order, if you will. So the first two paragraphs talk about the delegation, and there's two specific statutes. One require contracts to come back for ratification, meaning the board has to take an action. Another comes, the other statute, 17605 of the Education Code, means the contracts come back for review, not ratification. So it's just to inform the board. So if you delegate authority to staff, as you did in November 2015, those contracts come back for review. Your action is really just it isn't an action. It's an informational item that those contracts are already enforceable before ratification. This AR basically takes that same step, if you will. The next page and a half, if you will, breaks that down into specific contracts. So we get to a little more detail. If again, the middle of the page talks about contracts for ratification, are those contracts that are not going to be further identified below. So in essence, all contracts with no limit at the moment would come to the board for ratification after being signed by the district staff. And we list there the superintendent, CBO, and the associate and assistant superintendents if you ultimately have them. Real property transactions, we break that out because those are generally a little bit different. Real property licenses, joint use agreements less than 5 years. We put in here that those would be signed by staff, but be ratified by the board. So those would be real property ones that are smaller and less binding, if you will. Leases, easements, if you buy or sell property, those all come to the board for approval. There is no delegation of authority. Those larger real property transactions come to the board as approval. There is no delegation of authority for those particular ones. On the next page, talks about these are the ones that contracts for review. So again, if you remember a moment ago, I said I break it up between ratification and then the ones that are smaller, if you will, that can come to the board for review. So again, you don't act on those when they come to the board. You review, and you've already delegated to staff the authority to enter into those contracts. And that those are by Education Code 17605 specifically talks about that, and it's tied to the bid limit. So for buying things, materials, equipment, supplies, and for non-construction services, the bid limit this year is $88,300. So for any of those contracts, you right now under the this draft AR and currently under your resolution that you passed in November of 2015, those contracts come to the board for review or delegated authority. For construction contracts, it's bound to $15,000. So again, same with the bid limit. Those particular contracts are the authority to enter into those have been delegated to staff. They come to the board for review. The 15,000 doesn't adjust every year. The 88,300 adjust every single year incrementally. So next year it would be different. So that's the parameter of AR 3312. So if there's any questions, we're here.
I have a question. You just stated that the $88,000 one can go up every year. What is the mechanism that's used to increase that amount?
Every year, the Department of Ed does it by I can't say it's CPI, but it's an adjusted CPI index. They bump it up by their own calculation of an index. And I don't think I've been doing this for a while. It's always been less than $1,000 every year, so it's incremental. I think it was 87.6 last year, so it's 88.3. So it went up $700 in the past year. Every year is similar incremental step up, and they have a specific index they do, and they publish sometime in the first or second week of January. We always get a little notice from the CDE what the bid limit went up to.
So it's an outside entity that's crafting this automatic increase. It's not our board and it's not our staff.
No, yeah, this board and staff doesn't have the authority. The Department of Education has that authority.
I have a question. Mr. Henderson, Esquire. What is the definition of ratify in this case? So staff can sign. Let's talk about the ones that are below 88,300. Staff signs. They become enforceable, and we review them.
Yes.
The ones $88,301 and more, staff signs,
Mhm.
we ratify them.
That's correct.
When do they become enforceable?
They are truly enforceable upon your ratification.
Okay.
I've been doing this for a while. Oftentimes, those contracts start moving prior to ratification. The vendors are taking the bigger risk, I'll be honest with you, and I'll say it in public because it's not a secret. Because the reality is if the board decides not to ratify the contract, that contract doesn't exist. It's not enforceable against the district unless they had some reliance argument. So ratification is ratification. You have to ultimately act to make that contract enforceable.
So what's the general, okay, so you kind of addressed like, if the vendor starts delivering services before it's ratified, they're taking a risk. Do you think, do all vendors realize this? Let me ask this. In our contracts, does it say this contract is not enforceable until it's ratified by the board?
I do
Something
not,
like that?
yeah, most contracts don't say that. I don't believe, I'd have to look at all your contracts. I'm going to guess the vast majority, if not all, probably do not say that.
You've seen contracts like that, yes?
Yeah. Not a
what-
lot.
Say it again?
That include the ratification language. That
Yeah,
there's
they
a
make it clear.
caveat.
They make it so that everybody understands that, like, yes, there's signatures here, but it's not a contract until this, since this is part of a government agency, there's these other steps. I'm not sure that every vendor who gets a signed contract from the district understands that. And I'd like to keep us in the, everybody understands the same, everyone has the same understanding area. So like, if it were my interest to make it so that we didn't accept services until contracts were enforceable, what would be some ways I could propose to the board to do that? One would be not have a policy that says contracts are we're not to receive goods or services on unenforceable contracts or something like that. Where would we put that?
Yeah, arguably, you potentially could put it in the AR if you wanted to.
Okay.
I will say that the vast majority, if not 99% of the districts that have the approval and then subsequent ratification by the board, and it's quite a few districts that delegate that kind of authority, almost all those contracts do start moving beforehand. I'd say moving to capture its services, providing goods, providing food, whatever it is that they're providing. Because oftentimes I think the vendors are looking at the ratification as a ministerial act. Now, to be honest, if this board decided not to ratify a contract, we have a very strong argument that that contract is not enforceable.
That's happened. Right.
Rarely, but yes,
Yeah.
it's rarely that boards have gone that way.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Just out of curiosity, when that has happened, what has been the outcome?
A resolution, usually in one way or another, of a payment for partial services, something to resolve it. I will say if there's a true dissatisfaction, then there's going to be a battle sometimes, often. And when it comes up and it's usually a battle, it's usually public works. It's usually construction. It's usually something that has to do with substantive, expensive contracts.
So
Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll do a second round.
Good.
In terms of my question, I've read this. I understand the steps involved. So my question goes to another issue, and let's just talk about leases, for example. This goes to certain parts of negotiations. That's a normality between a district and its vendors. The relationships, for the most part, have already been built there throughout a period of time. And so therefore, that's why we have many of these instances where these contracts, when they're renewed for purchases, for example, supplies, they'll start earlier, like you mentioned before.
Good faith.
Right. Exactly. But in terms of leases in general, if and when that comes up again, for the most part, this is pretty specific that it also incorporates, I would think, the value of the contract and the situation behind the lease. So before it would come to the board so that we could deliberate, ratify, and propose a resolution saying yay or nay, the window for that discussion to amend a contract in particular will be addressed in closed session? Always? And then,
go ahead.
And then once that's done and we have a contract that we vote or that we feel comfortable with, at that point, we'll then trigger this policy. Is that the right reading of the resolution? Or is there any part of what I've said that isn't covered by this AR?
Part of it has, part of it isn't. And let me explain what I mean by that. In closed session, when we talk about real property transactions, it's limited to price in terms of payment. And there was an attorney general opinion, going to date myself, 8 years ago, maybe a little bit longer ago, that was specific to that we couldn't just go into closed session and have a full discussion about everything having to do with it. So for example, in your example, if it has to do with price in terms of payment, and we are talking about it in closed session, you're correct. It's likely we're going to end up with direction from that point on the price in terms of payment. If it's something more about what's the space going to be, other terms related to like a joint use agreement with a preschool, let's say, that could very easily right here happen with staff to get to a point of approving it, and then it comes to the board for ratification. So if we want to adjust the real property part of this, maybe I'm getting to the point of your question,
Right.
is then maybe that has to be adjusted a little bit. So we made a separation here between, I shouldn't say smaller, because sometimes it doesn't have to do with price, more limited encroachments on real property. And so we kept it to licenses, joint uses under 5 years, et cetera. And anything more than that has to come to the board for approval. So you're right. There could be instances where some of those joint use discussions happen and it gets to a point of approval. And then it only comes to the board for ratification.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustees, questions, comments? Greg?
So there's a date mentioned, 60 days. Yeah, is it number 3? I'm looking at the old resolution. Yeah, so the dates says that contracts for review need to be brought within 60 days. How about contracts for ratification?
There's no, that's from the statute, the 60 days, by the way.
Okay.
They come back for review every 60 days. For ratification.
most.
Yes. Yeah. It's not 60 and on, no, before 60 days. So presumably like a consent calendar.
Uh-huh.
For the ratification, it's supposed to come to the next potential board meeting. So if the board approves an agreement on May 1st, then your first board meeting in May, presumably, as long as we can get it on the agenda, would be it. There's no time frame in the statute that says it must be within X amount of days. We just, I guess by habit, if you will, bring it to the next board meeting for ratification. Again, we could put something more strict in there if we want to.
So
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, again, I don't mean to assume both of your questions, but yeah, I was taking it one step further.
So basically, except during the summer when there's a longer hiatus between board meetings, the maximum exposure that a contractor would have if the board, for some reason or another, weren't going to ratify would be sort of 2 weeks into the contract term.
Give or take 2 weeks, you're
Yeah,
correct.
okay,
Agenda
thank you.
deadlines, et cetera, that's correct. Yes.
So can you help me understand? So we received services from a vendor starting in August of this year. In the part of this bylaw that would have required ratification, but no contract came within 2 weeks or anything. What could be done with this regulation to make it clear that that scenario is not permissible? The begin accepting services on August 15th, or say, and receive them in August, September, October, and November, and then in December, bring a contract for ratification. I'd like that to not be doable.
Mhm.
What sort of modification to the proposed AR 3312 could affect that legislative interest of mine, and maybe only mine? I don't know if anybody else is interested, but I'd like to close that down.
Right now, we would probably add 2 sentences, one to that first paragraph and another sentence to what is number 1 there. That would put a time frame on there. That something that I won't write it standing, but I'll give you the paraphrase. Next available board meeting after the board. So that once the district staff has signed it, somebody with the delegated authority, then it would be brought to the board at the next available board meeting.
Oh,
So
we have a different problem. We didn't have a signed contract in August or September or October or November. So I think we need language more related to the having clarity about that, the exposure the vendor has. So I don't think that there was a problem
Okay.
with, we had a signed contract for too long and didn't come, but we kind of assumed a contract or something for August, September, October, November, what language would be aimed at that? What sort of language could make it clear that if we're going to start receiving services from a vendor and it's going to be over 88,300, that they can't be received until after the thing is ratified? I think that's the only scenario, that's the only language that I think would have precluded the situation we ended up in. No receiving services until contracts that need to be ratified are ratified.
I'm gonna make 2 quick points. Maybe something in this AR, but you're talking about something different. In other words, you're talking about not, ultimately you're talking about a contract, but what you're actually talking about is somebody providing services not under a contract.
Thinking they are under one, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
I wasn't
yeah.
there.
But
Yeah.
no, but that's a legal question that we know is at issue up to a point. So when you look at it from a legal perspective, I'll trust the Esquire's perspective on that front. We've discussed that before. Go ahead.
So my point, that is a policy. This may not be the right place to put it, is what I'm telling you.
Okay,
Because
do you have a
this is an
different-
AR
where
having to
we go?
do with contracts. is
Right,
my
but that's
thought.
his point. Where would he put it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If not here, where does that
Different
go?
AR.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what is
and
it?
potentially, probably another board policy or another resolution. I'd have to go back and look at the AR to go, maybe there's a place to put that as far as receiving services prior to a contract being approved or ratified. My only hesitation is, well, no, not hesitation for that. I just want to make sure that if you've delegated authority for approval and those services start, that's the point of the delegation, is to keep the business of the school moving. Right. Correct. So as long as you've delegated authority and that has been approved, I understand that, yes, that vendor's taking a risk until you've ratified. But if you're going to say that they have to get ratified before we accept services, then there's really kind of no point in
Then we
delegating.
could just
it.
revoke the delegation above the 88,300 or whatever number we want.
If you wanted to. Right now you're at review at 88.3. So if we're going to put a bid limit for the ratification or a number for the ratification, think about whether or not it makes sense to do that with the review. Because right now you already have the review only up to 88. If you're going to make it ratified up to 88, well, you kind of wouldn't need the review because you're making everything be ratified. I don't know if I'm talking in circles.
I don't
but-
know if I understand you. So
Okay.
right now we delegate complete authority for everything below 88,300.
Yes.
And we delegate near complete authority for everything above 88,300, meaning they can still sign it, still start receiving services and everything's fine. And then we might find out, oh, no, that's terrible. We don't want to do that. So we could rescind the delegation above 88,300. And then any such contract above that size needs to come
For
for approval first, right? That would be clear, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think, with all due respect, that is the concern that you have. I think you're worried about reducing an agreement to writing and how you put parameters on what types of agreements need to be reduced to writing. This AR, if I understand it, is exclusively about delegating authority and ratifying, like basically approving the agreement. And if I'm understanding correctly, your concern is more getting an agreement reduced to writing, and then it would fall under this. So
My concern is that under the current rules, staff could enter into a $10 million contract and begin receiving services on it before the board ever finds out. And so I think
However-
that's a terrible version of oversight. It's not really even oversight. I don't know how we can be fiduciaries for our district if a contract of any size can be entered into by staff and at staff's leisure can bring it back to the board for it to be actually enforceable. But in the meantime, receiving services, that doesn't sound, I think we don't have any oversight anymore. And I had no idea that's what the effect of this resolution would be when I voted for it in 2015. I thought that they couldn't be acted on until ratified. Now, if ratified is just a synonym for review, then in effect, we entered into and began receiving services for things and, months go by. So we've lost our opportunity to oversee expenses in this district with this resolution, and I regret voting for it. And I will not vote for this type of delegation going forward unless there's some other language that explains that unratified contracts aren't to be acted on.
Trustee Blakely?
just the way I'm reading this, you can only basically go 2 weeks in to performance. So it could be a $10 million contract, but you could only start the 2 weeks of performance before it has to come back
Except
to
we had
be
4 months of performance
ratified.
in TTO.
There was no written contract. So I
That's
think,
even worse.
I think your concern is more to try to, and I think it's a legitimate concern, but come up with some policy about what types of contracts need to be reduced to writing.
Right. Well, and that's the point that I was trying to get to as well. So I'm glad we're looking at the same vantage point. Because when I look at the language here, I'll just go straight to this 1, 2, 3, fourth whereas. First sentence, second line, by delegating authority to approve contracts for ratification or review. So depending how you look at the contract will determine if it's going to be ratified by us or reviewed by us. But we still have the safeguard of being able to have a timeline for it to come back so that we can straighten that out and then finalize it. That's different from what Greg's talking about in terms of the contract, which you're pointing out now. And I would like to see maybe more specifics dedicated towards that end to try and figure that out, because I think that's the loophole.
Yeah,
right.
it's kind of big.
And that's the lessons learned part, right? So when you look at this is why I kept saying all along, and I don't know if Ken Forestieri is here, but if you're not, please note this.
He'll be watching.
In general, once you go through a process and you realize that there's loopholes or ways of identifying a weakness, you want to analyze it, you want to remedy it, and you want to move on, right? So that's why we're bringing this up now, so that we don't have that type of similar situation happen again. That's just in general, like just to cover everyone's perspective.
I also feel very strongly that we need to have some type of delegated authority, because in a situation like right now where we have, I'm not sure how many campuses are under construction, if we had to wait 2 weeks for every contractor to install a faucet or something like that, I mean, the construction would bog down forever.
Is
So
that
there
true?
has to be some.
Can we find out if that's true? I mean,
Well, hold on, she's not done yet. Go ahead.
oh, okay.
Well, I just think to keep the construction rolling along for these smaller contracts, this under $15,000 amounts, we need to be able to move forward without having to wait 2 weeks for the next board meeting. There's just too many pieces coming together when you do the project management.
So just for clarification, since I've been here, 3 contracts have came after services have been rendered, 2 of which were construction, one of whom's actually was a contentious one last year at the final board meeting for Greystone West. The other one, which you're referencing, actually came 2 weeks after it was actually sent to the district. And so this has happened in 3 cases, one for architect, one for our project manager, one for vendor services. Of those, again, it's a 2-week thing. We've both talked internally that we'll make sure that doesn't happen again.
So on that front, did you want to say something, Trustee Wilson? Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
certainly do. I'd like
Okay.
to respond to what the superintendent just said.
Sure, give me a minute.
Sure.
Before I lose my train
Okay.
of thought. So on that note, though, I think what we could do, though, and maybe Trustee Colorado and the rest of the board's open to this, is to just zone in on it, right? So instead of going into the issue of, well, all these contracts and construction and blah, blah, no, let's just get to the point. If it's any contract that relates to instructional material, right, or a piloting program of some sort, something that deals with that type of endeavor, perhaps we can look at that separately and develop an AR and then a BP that goes to that.
Mhm.
Trustees?
So you're suggesting that contracts involving those items be reduced to writing and then flow through the normal procedure, but
Possibly. I think that's what we're looking at, because I think that's the area that, when I say we, I say Greg and myself. That way we can isolate the contract in general, and then we can then figure out where we stand and provide oversight so that we can do the ratification review and then the resolution. But if that's what you're thinking, then I would suggest that if it's not covered under this, then we should come up with a way to present this to be under items for future agendas.
Oh,
does council have any recommendations based on experience with other districts where they have some type of a policy that discusses which types of contracts can't just be done with invoicing and when instead have to be reduced to a written agreement?
Well, ultimately, everything should be in a contract gets approved by the board. And I think as the superintendent pointed out, that's the vast majority, obviously, what's being done. On delegation of authority, we have seen specific things be pulled out, if you will, structural materials, for example, or in this one, real estate transactions, if you will. And also on these delegations, we have seen caps on it, if you will. I would suggest, though, if you're going to have a cap on it, let's think about what the cap would be, because right now you're at 88,000. I would probably go higher for the ratification, probably not 10 million, to be fair, to make it to your
It's
point.
currently allowable, correct?
But if you were to look at wanting to put a limit on it, then maybe it's a monetary limit. And think about what that limit would be for the ratification. And again, scopes of contracts, that's we lawyers like to talk about scopes of work. If there's scopes that you want to have not be ratified, then let's call those out separately.
Right, which is why I brought that issue up now, so that you all can, I'm planting the seed so that if there's consensus among the board to delve into that, that's specific. That's I think to the point that we want to address, the specifics of a contract.
And
When
that'd
you
be a
say
different.
not ratified, you mean that it wouldn't get signed until the board had approved it?
There is no delegation, so it has to come to the board for approval.
Right, and therein lies the rub. That's, I think, what we're
And it's,
looking at.
to the, I'm sorry, and yes, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go for
Okay.
it, Phil.
And the other point you're making about, you're right, instances where maybe some services are being rendered ahead of time. Again, there's probably a place in your board policies to address that. It's probably not this particular one, just because this one deals with written contracts. So I bet you there's a board policy if you wanted to look at it. We could look at the language to see and address that situation that you were bringing up, Trustee Colton.
So Trustee Blakely made the point that if we didn't allow, it was the construction that you were talking about, above $15,000, the faucets and stuff. To what extent do we not know about construction requirements like this until right before they need to happen? Would it actually slow things down to have the contracts brought to the board, in its regular board meetings, and then before the faucet needed to be installed, so that is that a reasonable hypothetical, that like tiny little things would all of a sudden grind to a halt if we revoked a delegation for construction contracts over some, $15,000?
I would say it depends, because I've been taught well. We bring to the board a construction contract. The district does not sign off on a construction contract without board ratification. Case in point, we just approved the $5.5 million contract for the track and field and trail. Under current delegation, the superintendent and/or I could have signed that contract and gone on away and brought it back for ratification, but we wouldn't sign a construction contract to start. Now, in the future, Trustee Blakely was talking about kind of like the day-to-day operations of unforeseen conditions, a change order needs to be done. There's a contingency budget as part of the overall construction budget. And part of that delegation in that contract is that we can stay within that contingency. And I would hope there's a certain amount of trust from the board to the staff that if you need to sign a change order because there was an unforeseen condition about a soil or a pipe was in the wrong spot and needed to be replaced or repaired or removed, that we could sign off on that change order. And then when those change orders come, as a matter of fact, we just approved a change order tonight. So then, in our last board meeting, and those come regularly. And then we always say on the board cover page where they are in the contingency for the change order. Change order contingency was 100,000. This change order was 10. We still have 90 left in that language. So I'm not sure that it would slow anything down, is provided we still have that authority to authorize change orders to keep things moving forward. And then we always bring them to the board after the fact.
Okay. And so then, Dr. Clark, since you're addressing this point, what would be the harm to staff's ability to get the job done if delegation authority for 80,300 and above and 15,000 above were just revoked? What would be the detrimental? What would be detrimental to staff's ability to, do what they need to do?
So you're saying no limit whatsoever? Every contract had to come to the board to be ratified first? Below the limits.
Yeah, above the limits, no signing
Right.
at all. What would be the negative impact of that to staff?
The only thing that I can see was probably a little bit about timing. If something wanted to move quickly, I mean, Trustee Blakely brought up the idea of the summer hiatus. I've been in that district where board granted the superintendent authority over the summer to enter into contracts that exceeded the limit because the board is gone for almost 2 months.
So you can do that too. You can just have an ad hoc
You can.
authority.
The board can do that. The idea is that you're anticipating what contracts are coming, and it was mostly for construction to keep business moving forward. It wasn't new stuff. It was to keep things moving
Yeah,
forward.
things we want done, things we already approved.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
you could do that. I don't think it would slow anything down. It would it would force my staff and I to really be on it and to make sure we don't miss any board meeting coming up. And we would probably change the practice to where right now we only bring contracts to the first board meeting of the month. And that's more so for the future. when we start talking about when did that contract go, we're not looking at every board meeting. We're only looking at the first board
Nice.
meeting of the month
Yeah.
because that's when contracts go.
Yeah.
We wouldn't want to lose because I mean, right now, the first board meeting was March 2nd and the next board meeting is April 6th. So we're almost the first meeting of the month. We're almost losing a month.
Mhm.
And we wouldn't want to lose a month of, especially given construction, where we are and the timing and the need to enter two contracts quickly. If we lost a month coming into the summer construction to enter into contracts, we could be in some serious jeopardy, and not jeopardy, that's the wrong word, but we could be paying a lot more because we'd end up getting a contract later on as we get closer to the summer work.
Okay. So, so let me just recap my understanding of what Dr. Clark just said, which is revoking resolution, the effect of resolution 1580.11/15 would potentially inconvenience staff during periods of time when the board doesn't meet that often during the summer, but that there's a remedy for that by saying, all right, you know, which projects are coming out, how many millions of dollars? We authorize contracts in the projects we've approved, you know, from June to August, and that then we're covered, that covers the majority of the exposure to like not meeting often enough. And so to me, that sounds like a good idea because then, and if we do that and think that it works fine, then we leave it. If we think that things are coming up and, you know, we feel like we're being caught flat-footed and not responding fast enough, we can loosen it a bit. But I don't think most of the board realized the effect of this resolution when we passed it in 2015. You know, Trustee Wheeler was there and she can speak for herself, but I had no idea that this resolution's effect would be what it was.
Thank you, Trustee Colon.
Can I just clarify something?
Sure.
I didn't say that it would be an inconvenience to staff. My staff and I work really hard to do our job.
What did I
So
say?
this- you
I want
said-
to make sure you heard me right.
No,
Inconvenience.
I
We
think
heard
we
you.
all heard you. You said, staff said it would be an inconvenience. This is not about being an inconvenience. This is about keeping the work moving forward for the future. We
Okay,
work
that's what I
really
want done.
hard-
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Yeah,
And
but you're categorizing what I said as, I'm saying this because it's an inconvenience to staff. That is not what I said.
let me restate.
Yeah.
I heard Dr. Clark say very clearly that no important work would be delayed if the delegation here were revoked, except in the possibility of summertime work when he's experienced situations where boards, you know, have a increased, you know, kind of a summertime delegation of authority for construction, because we want everything to continue going during the summer. But that during the school year, when we're meeting every couple of weeks, that I didn't hear that it would cause any problems with getting all the work done that staff always does.
Okay, I'm
That's
going to
not what I
interject here for a quick second here. The record reflects what you noted, Dr. Clark. We know what you meant with that, and
I didn't
and-
understand. I didn't mean to
I'm
say.
sorry, but let's have Trustee Wilson. I don't want her to lose her train of thought. I think you wanted to say something.
I'm just, this started off with how do we avoid and get accepting services for work that we don't anticipate paying for and that aren't contracted. And now we've gotten to this step. I think this is a very winding path. I'm not sure how we got there.
Right.
But I think the whole thing is all these other projects are budgeted for. And what you're trying to avoid is things that have not been budgeted for.
True.
And I think that's something we can handle in policy. And I think
Right.
that's the clear distinction. Something that nobody's mentioned is that we shouldn't be entering into non-written contracts or agreements or accepting services for something that is way outside the scope of our budget. I don't think that's an impossibility to write in either a policy or an AR. And I think that kind of might be some steps taken to solve this issue that I think we're talking about.
Right. No, and that's the suggestion of what I brought up in terms
Okay.
of looking at that specific aspects of two contracts, so that we can then look at it as items for future agenda as a possible topic,
Right.
which Trustee Claude, I'm sure could bring up, and then we can delve into that then. But then we know what we're going towards.
Right. I don't agree with us nitpicking staff
Not
and
right
that
now.
and these kinds of contracts and taking away their.
Duly noted. I appreciate that.
Is that-
Trustee Blakely.
That's
Is that
my
what I was
opinion.
talking? That's not what I was talking about either.
Hold on. Let's have Trustee Blakely.
I just concur, and I'm not so sure that Trustee Caldonato heard what Dr. Clark was saying. That's why because I heard one thing and then I kept
I'd
hearing
like to
you
hear what
reiterate
Dr. Clark
something
had to say.
different.
I'd like him to have a chance to make
So-
sure that I understood you correctly.
So let's give this one more go if we can. What didn't you understand?
Dr. Clark seems to think that I said something untoward and I didn't mean to. And I just want to make sure that my intention, what I meant to say wasn't misconstrued or something.
Okay.
May,
So,
may I just interject and just suggest if you want to have an agendized item, to agendize it, we have a very full schedule. We are already 20 minutes over on a topic, and some of these items would already delayed. I would just suggest that you put it under an item for future agendas. We agendize it, and then we go from there.
What do you recommend calling it when we, what would you have me call this item if I were to recommend it for agendizing it?
It sounds like to me you're looking at a board policy about contracts.
That's
I don't.
That's what this one is.
You look right.
Okay.
So when we come to that, we'll figure out the language. In the meantime, let's just work as a team. We'll work through this. That's fine. Stuff like this happens. Let's move on. Anyone have any questions or comments for Phil? If not, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Okay, thank you, team. Okay, B, notice of availability of a preliminary draft, initial study mitigated negative declaration, and notice of intent to adopt a mitigated negative declaration for the Stevenson Elementary School, Therakoff Elementary School, preschool, and district office modernization / replacement projects. 10 minutes. Dr. Clark.
I'll be short.
Thank you.
So we're here tonight to put out essentially this is to notice the availability of the preliminary draft. And I'm making sure to call, this is a preliminary draft of the initial study mitigated negative declaration for the Stevenson Therakoff Preschool District Office construction and modernization projects. With me tonight is Todd Lee, who's the program manager, and also Richard Grizzetti, who is our CEQA consultant. They will be able to answer any more specific and detailed questions that you have, but I will go through the presentation, big high level, and we'll see where we land out. The project location, just to give you a picture, we're talking about the entire site, Stevenson Therakoff, the district office in the brand new preschool. You've seen this plan several times. This is what the district staff and consultants are working on. Therakoff gets their modernization and expansion of their MUR. Stevenson is a brand new campus. The brand new preschool, which is going to be located at Montecito, and in the new district office as well. So our CEQA consultant, Richard Grizzetti, went through and did the initial study mitigated negative declaration, and we also had to do some traffic study work as well. What is presented tonight is the highlights of the preliminary draft on, and I'll talk about the moment, this is comments that were coming from this, coming from the preliminary draft. For traffic, there was some minor increased queuing along, of course, pickup and drop off. We're adding a preschool. We're separating out. So Therakoff is on San Luis. Stevenson is on San Pierre, and the preschool will be over on Montecito. And also we have the district office staff as well. So there should be some, but it would only be that short amount of time, 15 to 30 minutes at those times. No mitigation is required. Air quality, there are some, of course, just some exceedance of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District reactive organic gases during the construction. And of course, they'll be mitigated to work on that. And then of course, minor increase in admissions during construction. You've got a lot of trucks moving around that we don't normally have. So of course, we'll take those behavior or mitigate that we can, but no further mitigation is actually required as part of that construction because it's short term. Hazardous materials, we have found some elevated levels of thallium and aldehyde in the soil, and those, of course, will be remediated if it turns out that they are at unacceptable levels. And of course, during the buildings, these are old buildings, there may be some lead paint, asbestos, and during the actual construction, we'll take the work to mitigate and remove those safely. Noise during construction, to be loud, trucks backing up, construction trucks moving around. And then with hydrology and geology, of course, there's always a risk during construction that with moving dirt, building buildings, they get piled up. It's a big rainstorm, it runs off into the sewer, but we'll take those steps to mitigate that as well as much as possible. So those are the highlights of the preliminary draft. For construction, the schedule that's out into 6 phases. I won't go through this in detail, but you'll see that we start essentially in June of 2017 on phase 1, which is the relocation of the Stevenson temporary campus. And as we go through the next 2 years, Stevenson Modular Campus gets built, the library, the MUR. We get to summer of 18. Stevenson is finishing up their school. We're moving Stevenson back into, or not back into, but into their new school. Therakoff gets done at the same time, their MUR and their classroom expansion. And as we get into phases 5 and 6, the district office gets relocated to the Temp Village. We build a new DO. The district office staff moves into the new district office. Then we convert the temporary campus that Stevenson is going to house first into the brand new preschool rooms. And then, of course, the preschool moves in. And that's coming from Slater and also the district traditional program. So what I want to clarify tonight is the schedule of public comment. Tonight, or attached to the board agenda tonight, is the preliminary draft. And one of the things that we wanted to do was, this is a good example of timing and board meetings and the requirement of the law. One of the things that we have to have is a 30-day public comment period before the board can take action. If we didn't bring you a preliminary draft tonight at this board meeting, the next board meeting, which turns out to be in April, we wouldn't be able to make the 30-day public comment period, which takes us into May, because there's not currently another board meeting in April. So what we decided to do was bring it to you tonight, public, and then on Tuesday, March 21st, the actual draft mitigated initial study, mitigative negative declaration, and the notice of intent to adopt will go public on March 21. We'll put notices up at the school sites, notice on the website. Hard copies will be available at the district office, also at Greystone's West Company's office as well. And then, of course, it'll be on the website. So if you wanted to go to the website, you can have an electronic copy and you can read through it. During the public comment period, which is 30 days, March 21 to April 21, comments can be submitted, and you see off to the right, they come to me either by email or in writing. But the thing is, they have to be in writing. It can't be over the phone. It can't be meeting me at a school or coming by the district office and having a chat. They have to be in writing. So either through email or a letter coming to me at the district office. We'll go through that public comment period, and then board action will be May 4th. We'll bring back the updated mitigated negative declaration with the pertinent and material comments included, and we'll bring it to the board for approval at that point. That's it.
Trustees, questions, comments? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, everything sounds really good, really organized. I appreciate that and all the work. Can I make a suggestion where you say the comments must be in writing? So actually say that, because right now it says comments in writing, and that's a little vague. So, you know, revise this to say must be in writing.
Okay.
Any other trustee? I have a quick question, Dr. Clark. It'll be fast. So in terms of the public comment period, we'll have this available through our website for sure, but do we have anything that we need to meet in terms of posting this, let's say within a newspaper or anything of that sort?
So I'm going to ask Phil Henderson to back me up. It's my understanding from our CEQA attorney, there's 3 things that you can do, and you only have to do 2 of them. And 2 of them is on-site and then off-site. And you can also do a newspaper ad. So for us, on-site is just like we did the Crittenden Creek Trail and Track MND. We posted notices at the school site and at the district office, and then also on the website. So we actually did 3 things. So we'll do the exact same thing. We'll post it at all 3 schools. Well, technically at 2 schools in the district office, and then also on the website. So that satisfies that requirement.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. I'd like to open this up for public comments. If anyone's interested to be able to comment on this issue or on the previous one, by all means, feel free to let us know now and step up to the podium. If not, we will move on. Okay. Trustees, thank you. Dr. Clark, thank you. Let's see, transitional kindergarten schedule, 20 minutes. Who will be? Oh, here we go. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Tara Bigjord, and I just would like to spend a little bit of time, thanks, Kathy, sharing with you a little bit about transitional kindergarten program, give you a little bit of detail about the program as it runs right now, and talk a little bit about the waiver process and the length of the TK day. So a little bit of history. Our transitional kindergarten program started in our district back in 2012-13. We did run a full day program that year, but with parent and staff input, the following year it was shortened. In 2015-16, the state was requiring districts to apply for a waiver, and we'll talk about that waiver process in a moment. We did apply and receive a waiver that was granted for 2 years, so we are now in a place that we need to think about reapplying for that waiver. So we're currently collecting some input, feedback, and data to make a decision about that waiver process to apply for the upcoming year. We currently have an extended day program for our kindergarten students in our district. Our TK students come for a shorter period of the day. This really allows our students to come and have small group instruction and then also enjoy some full group activities, giving students in our current program kind of the best of both worlds. The state does require, though, if we want to run a shorter program for our TK students, we must apply for a waiver. And in order to do that, we have to go through a very specific process. So we need to talk with our union president, and we need to talk to our district advisory council and get input. It does have to go to a public hearing and be approved by our board, and then we apply for the waiver and have to receive approval from the state. So this is not a process to be taken lightly, obviously. So we've collected some data and really want to look at our TK program. So we've looked at kindergarten results, end of year kindergarten results for students who have attended our TK program and compared them to students who did not attend our TK program. Keeping in mind, students who did not include kids who went to preschool and other places. But as you can see, typically our students who attended TK did outperform those who did not attend the TK program. But I also want to note that there is not a significant difference in the data from our full day to our half day programs. Academic data is not the only point to keep in mind. We did survey our parents this year. So our current TK parents received a survey in February. Over 70% of our parents really felt like the current schedule is really meeting the needs of their students and is really well preparing them for kindergarten. Nearly 60% of those same parents felt like the current schedule met their personal needs, but they would really like to see a full day program, 60% of them. When we asked those questions, we didn't just ask the question, we asked people to explain their answers. And we did get a lot of really good feedback. We had some parents who really advocated to keep the current program schedule to meet the needs of children. And we had some who really advocated to extend the program. So it was really mixed results from our parents. We also gave the feedback survey to staff, and we had 100% of our staff members, our 3 TK teachers, really advocated to continue the current program. They believe fully that it meets the academic and social emotional needs of students and would like to continue with the current model. Again, we asked for explanations of their responses, not just a multiple choice test. And they really did provide the feedback that small group instructional time was really important for children. So I just want to share a little bit about our data. When we opened the program in 12-13, we had 32 students enrolled in the program, and our enrollment increased throughout the years. We did see a decline this year. Part of that may be due to the expansion of preschool and students who may have been able to attend TK attending preschool. We do project a very similar enrollment in our TK program next year. We have 3 classrooms slotted for transitional kinder. And one other piece of information I just want to share with you tonight is about student to teacher ratio. Currently in our TK program, our student to teacher ratio is 24:1. Our preschool ratio is 8 students to every teacher. We do have an instructional aide in each of our TK programs, but only for 2.5 hours a day when the children are all there at the same time. If we were to choose to extend the day, we would also need to consider extending the instructional aide's time to support that program. So as I discussed before, part of the process is really getting input from specific groups about the waiver and about the time of our TK day. As I said, we spoke with the union president who does support the teachers and does support moving forward with our waiver process. And we did also present to District Advisory Council at the beginning of the month, and all of the members really did support continuing with the shorter day and moving forward with the waiver process. So based on our input and the data that we have, the district really does recommend moving forward with our shorter day and moving forward with the waiver process. And I'm here today just to share this with you and discuss and collect any questions you may have and more data we may need so that we can come back to you at the next board meeting to have the public hearing and a decision about the process and moving forward with our TK waiver.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions or comments?
I'll make a comment. So I'm our board rep to the District Advisory Council. So I attended the meeting that Ms. Bickford referred to, and I can share with you that it was a really good discussion, I thought, at that meeting. So you made a similar presentation, and the members really did grapple with these issues. It wasn't just, rubber stamp, here it is. And of course, there's, just like you described, there's a lot of related issues to this. So preschool, childcare, sleepy kids, adult to child ratio, all those things, but, you reference them. So I know you're cognizant of them. So, try to work on them together.
Anyone else? I'll open this up quickly to members of the community. Would anyone like to speak about this issue with the board? Nope. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
California Local Control Funding Formula Dashboard. Who has the honors for this one? All right.
Okay, so tonight I am here to share with you information about our new California accountability system, which has gone public and was released yesterday. So a little bit of history. So our new accountability system replaces the old state system, the Academic Performance Index, the API, and the federal system, the AYP, Adequate Yearly Process. So the state has rolled all of these into one. And a difference now is the system is not just based on academic performance. Our system is now based on multiple measures. So we'll see those in a few minutes. And the measures are both state required. So there's things that the state tracks. And then there's also local indicators that we have that we will be self-reporting to the state. So I think now that we have a system, it started with the local control funding formula and the LCAP, and now we have the dashboard, and our system really was going to allow us to look at our district and our schools, identify strengths and weaknesses, areas of improvement, which will then, we have a way to address them in our LCAP and our schools and our site plans. And then we also, the state has put together a system for technical assistance and how to support schools that may not be performing or making progress. So just this, the dashboard currently is what they call a field test, and it was released publicly yesterday, and it won't be fully implemented until next year. And over time, the plan is to add more metrics, add more information, add more transparency to the process. In terms of indicators, so state indicators that you'll see on the dashboard for our district include academic, which will be results of our SBAC testing, our suspension rates, our English learner, progress of English learners, chronic absenteeism rate, which we will not see on the field test. It won't be released till 17-18. And then graduation rate and college career indicator are only reported for high schools. And then we have the responsibility as a district to report on our progress for these state priorities for basic services, our implementation of standards. Are we providing materials? Are we providing professional development, parent engagement, parent participation, and then climate? How are we doing in those areas? And the state's put together self-reflection tools that we will have to complete, and we'll have to upload the data through the dashboard, and then we will then get a rating of data reported, not reported, or not reported for 2 years or more. So as long as we comply with the pieces in the self-reporting tools, then we'll meet those criteria. So the California dashboard, and I think some things to understand the model. the model is based on status and change. So where are you now and how do you progress? It's not just a snapshot in time anymore. They're looking at progress over time. And they've created a 5x5 grid that combines status and change for all of these categories. And you'll see where we fall in all different ways and by subgroups. The one thing I will say is the graduation rate, which doesn't apply to us, but it is an indicator that uses an average, so it is calculated a little bit differently. So the grids look like this. You'll be able to see those when you log in, and you can see they have them for all of the different indicators. So methodology-wise, the state has done quite a bit of work ordering districts and schools and creating cut points to create the status levels, doing the same thing to create the change levels. And it is quite, when you see it, it's quite, I think it's actually a really good system. The cut points will stay the same now. They're not going to make changes for a few years, so we'll be able to use the system, get used to it, and then over time, they'll have to redo the process of calibrating and where the cut points are going to be. And you'll see when I show you snapshots of our district dashboard, we have ratings. So you get a rating for the performance category. You also get a rating for every subgroup and for every indicator. So it really breaks it down so you can see how the district is doing and how each individual school is doing. Performance categories, similar to our old system, 30 students or more represents a subgroup. If we have a group of students where we have 11 to 29 students, they'll report the data, but we won't be assigned a color category, but we'll be able to see how we're doing. And then of course, for privacy, we won't see any information for subgroups with 11 students or less. So just some information on how things are calculated so you can keep it in mind. For suspensions, what the state is looking at is the number of students actually suspended. They're not looking at the number of suspensions, which is a distinction. In our district, we actually look at both, and we can pull data on both, but for state purposes, it's how many students were suspended. This just gives you a little bit more information. So they're looking at the 14-15 rate, because data is always behind on this one, on this indicator. And so our change formula will be 14-15 minus 13-14. It'll give you some information. I think one thing I just wanted to highlight here, in this case, when you look at the rates, we want low. This is the only one we want to see low percents for status and change. Everything else we always want to see high and moving forward. This one we want low because we want to keep our suspension rates low and keep our students with us and in school. For English learners, this will be different than how CASP is reported. So the state is reporting ELs. So it's all our ELs, but it also includes 4 years of students that were reclassified as fluent English proficient. So this is very different than how our CAFS data is reported. The state really wanted to make sure that districts got credit for the work they do with their ELs, and making sure that schools, just looking at ELs, it's very difficult to tell because some English learners are making adequate progress and some may not be. So ELs is EL plus 4 years. And we have another acronym now with our dashboard, distance from level 3, DF3, the newest one. So this is how they calculate our scores in terms of academics. So what the state is doing is they're looking at, for each grade level, because every grade level has a different scale score range, they're looking at the minimum score to obtain level 3, which is standard met. And they look at all the students and they look to see how far below or above students are from standard met. And then they create averages to produce scores. So this is kind of a sample. You can see just very simply, they would take all of the students in grade 6, they'd calculate where they were in relation to level 3, and then they would come up with an average that we would get, and then that would help determine where we fell on the grid. So DF3 is our newest accountability acronym. So again, So this year uses our 2000, the formula is 2016 minus 2015. Technical assistance is important for us to just keep in mind. If we have a student group that meets criteria listed in 2 or more areas, districts can be identified for technical assistance. What that exactly looks like is not clear yet, but that would be those districts we could potentially be identified for that in fall of 2017. Then they have another level called intensive intervention. That will not kick in until fall of 2019. And then we are a Title I district and we do have Title I schools. And so there will be a plan through the Every Student Succeeds Act, which will I include the criteria for identifying the lowest 5% of Title I schools. So we're going to have to watch to see what happens with ESSA. These are just some of the ways that you can fall into technical assistance. I'm not going to spend too much time on that because hopefully that's not going to happen to us. So the dashboard itself has a variety of reports, which I'll share. There's equity reports, then you can see status and change. You can see student groups, which is important. The detailed report is not available yet, so we'll look to see what happens and what that actually provides. And then there's the 5x5 grid placement reports, which actually are the grids, and you can click on them by indicator and see where all of our schools in district fall on the grid, where we've been placed for that particular student group or for that particular indicator. So here's a snapshot of our equity report. So as a district, happy to report that you can see for all students that we have green for our 3 of our areas, blue for mathematics. Student groups, the next category shows how many actual student groups are involved in each one of those state indicators. So how many groups are 30 or more? And then the next line over, student groups in red and orange is important because those are areas that we must address in our LCAP. So if you can see up here for suspension rates, we know that we do have one student group who's in that category, and we're going to have to put action steps in our LCAP to address that. So like I just said, our group in orange for suspension rates is our students with disabilities. Then you have a status and change report, pretty similar, although what you can see here is where we fell on those grids for status. And did we increase? Did we decline? Did we maintain? How did we do for the previous year? If just some things we noticed, our status is high for our English learner progress and our English language arts and math. We're medium with a decline in suspension rates. I think this is probably one of the most valuable reports. This is our student group report. So this breaks down for our district all the different subgroups that we have. And you can see across where we're doing well and where we have work to do at a glance. We only have one student group in orange. However, we have work to do. We have student groups in yellow. So I listed those. We have some work to do with English learners, with our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, African American, Hispanic, Latino, and 2 or more races. We have groups that are in yellow, and we want them to move forward, not move backwards. So on our schools, I didn't give you snapshots of all the schools, but some things I really want you to think about. The dashboard for Castro is not a clear representation of Castro's growth from last year to this year. So last year, because Castro kept its CDS code from when it was combined with Mistral, the first year's data was Castro Mistral data. Last year's data was only Castro, so it really does not represent the growth because we know the growth that Castro made last year. And that is a piece that we'll be adding to the dashboard we have the ability to add information on the dashboard. We can't figure out how to do it yet, but we will. So I don't want you to that piece we need not to look at. Really, next year will be a better indicator of Castro on the dashboard. Mistral also does not have one. They don't have 2 years of data at this point. And I think if you look across our schools, we have quite a variety of mixed results. And our schools now will in turn have to take their areas that are red and orange, and those will have to be addressed in their school site plans. And some common areas of need include suspension rates and students with disabilities. Those tend to be our two areas on our dashboard that need a lot of work. And I would say that suspension rates, just looking across the county and what I've seen is a issue because they've never reported it before, and now we're seeing it. So next steps. So we presented to our principals, so they had a sneak preview. We're presenting to you. We'll be working on developing our LCAP and sites, their school plans, and then working with Shelley on a communication plan. We've already started communicating that this was coming, that it was happening. We've got a webpage on our district website with a lot of great information. Our principals will be presenting at their sites the information on their dashboards. Here is where the website where you can go and you can get all the information you need. You can link to the placement reports, the dashboard, and all the reference guides and toolkits at this. And so with that, I will close for questions.
Hey, trustees, questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a question. Regarding suspensions.
Yes.
I know there's a variety of techniques and methods that the different school districts do to reduce the number of students who are suspended in a humane way.
Yes.
So what do we do?
Well, we are still working on that. We have a variety of things that we do in terms of looking at we just started training our principals in this. We actually brought in an expert, Dora Dome, to do principal training on alternatives to suspension, helping our principals understand what's a mandatory suspension and where do you have latitude. And I think that's an ongoing conversation, and we're talking about bringing her back to do more work on just what you said. What are those things that are better to do with our students? How can we better support them? Is it counseling? Is it working with an intervention teacher? Is it community service? There's lots of different things that we can do, but it's a work in progress for us. But we do know it's an issue.
I have a question. Well, no, you had a question. Go ahead.
You can go first.
Okay. What do you mean they're getting training now? Is there a distinction between what they know and don't know and how they enforce suspension? Is there an unevenness with that? I don't understand.
It's training on what are alternatives to suspension. You can suspend for a whole variety of ed code.
Right.
There's some things you have to suspend for.
Sure, I get that.
But then you have latitude. And I think sometimes the tendency is to suspend as opposed to let's really think about why is this happening and what other supports can we put in place instead of suspension.
Okay, so the follow-up question then is, our principals do know how long a suspension should be and it shouldn't be at the same time?
They should, because
if
they've
they
been
don't?
trained. They call Miss Robinson.
And have we had any instances where that's happened,
Where they don't know?
where they've suspended more than they should? Let's say
Yes, not many, but yes,
this year?
yes.
Okay.
There's one I can think of. What? We corrected,
Super fast?
absolutely.
Is suspension when a student is asked not to come to school for one full day or more? I apologize, I don't know exactly what counts as a suspension.
It's anytime if you send a student home, so they are not allowed to be at school to learn, they are suspended. And Karen can add, not in class.
So if you get sent to the principal's office, that's a suspension?
No.
Then to the principal's office and you were asked not to return, then you're suspended from that teacher's class. And if you can have an in-school suspension all day, and that counts as a suspension. So just being home is not.
When you're not learning.
To fix that, if you're supposed to be in class.
Right. You're not receiving instruction.
Greg?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bauer?
Yes.
You might not know the answer to this, but maybe you can just give me some general ways to figure out the answer myself. I pulled up, okay, so I went and searched for our district in the dashboard to the page that has every school and like 4 columns, you know, suspension rates, English learner progress, English test, math tests.
Mhm.
And so I was looking in there and, you know, in the English and math test, Bub and Huff have 5s and Stevenson had 4s. And then I pulled up our CASP presentation from September. And in that, Huff had the highest math scores and Stevenson was second and Bub was third. And same with ELA, Huff, Stevenson, and Bub, overall school results. What's going into the denominator or something that makes it so that even though Stevenson's scores were higher than Bub's, it got a 4 instead of a 5?
So it's not just that score, it's the amount of change or not change compared to the previous year. So in CASP, we're looking at how did they do just last year.
Yeah.
So this takes into account how did they do, but did they gain, did they maintain, or did they decline from the previous year? And that causes that discrepancy.
So if you might have the highest scores in the state,
Mhm.
but if they're not as high as your score last year, you could have a 4.
Absolutely.
Interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm going to move on to a second round, but first, any members of the community that would like to chime in on this subject matter? Nope. Okay. Anyone else have a question or a comment? Okay, I've got a couple. How does the system work in terms of dual immersion programs? Is there a way to be able to compare ours with others? How does the state take that into consideration? Because we know that the pedagogy for that is different. And so therefore, the test results that you see as standardized benchmark assessments could also vary because of their pedagogy. How does that work?
So the state won't take that into account because the state will only score based on the English assessment. But what we could do is we could pull other dual immersion programs and we could actually look at the dashboards and we could do it that way. But the state really is not going to take that into account.
Okay, so then when we have standardized tests and assessments that come from that, then is that something you can do then so that we can have a compare?
I could look at comparable dual immersion programs
Mhm.
and we could look at Mistral compared to comparable programs. Yes.
Because I think that would make sense, especially if we don't have a frame of reference. If we had a sister school that was another dual immersion program, which it's a rarity to find that, I could see how you could do that. But if you don't, then yeah, I would really appreciate it if you could just bring that in, because then that gives us a perspective and a sense of how the school is doing compared to other schools as well.
Sure. So we do comparable schools. So we could just add a slide in our CASP report for that.
Sweet.
Absolutely.
And I'd be interested in that also, because we do know there are other dual immersion Spanish English schools around here.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Anyone else? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Specific learner needs and middle school schedule task force update.
Good evening. Good evening. We are here to provide you an update with our specific learner needs task force. Tonight, we hope to provide you and just give you an overview of the task force purpose for our new board members. Talk with you a little bit about our intended outcomes. What are the deliverables and those updates right from our task force, and hopefully answer any questions you have at this time. Just as a quick review for our new members, the task force was created as a result of a data story that told us we needed to focus on our students who are English language learners, but also our students with disabilities. And in particular, the data pointed out that overlap, where there are students who have that duality of being a disabled student and also an English language learner, and hence the birth of our task force. The highlights also were to focus on better communication vehicles and how can we support parents, staff, and mostly students. And finally, to involve a variety of stakeholders in a meaningful fashion through the task force. Going over the outcomes that we intended when we embarked on this journey, really focusing on communication materials that go out to parents. This was also as a result of the data and information taken in from our district quality review pieces, as well as just feedback from our parents, staff, and students. Also working on developing a list of recommendations for the district to explore, really kind of harnessing what our parents know best about their own children at home and harnessing that within the task force and leveraging it to create more options for us to explore as a district to support our students. And finally, creating and delivering parent presentations, hopefully through Parent University, that meet the needs that we uncover and learn more about during the task force.
So getting to our deliverables, our first deliverable, we had certain groups in our task force. We have a parent university who's focusing on the English language learner group of students. We also have parent university for our students with disabilities. So these are the deliverables that they're creating. Our English language learner parents would like to create an ELL 101, meaning what it's like to be a parent of a student of an English language learner, what to look for, what questions you ask, how to navigate parent conferences, reading a report card. So those kinds of things. With our students with disabilities, they're creating descriptions for 4 parent university modules. They're looking at best practices in other districts throughout the state and trying to bring that back to our district and what we could use to provide input for our parents as far as students who have disabilities. And they are also very interested in creating a list of video resource ideas. So what is it like to work with a student who has autism? What is it like to work with a student who has a disability that may end up getting them suspended? What are the alternatives for that? So they're really busy working on a list of video resource ideas for parents. And then the websites, they've scoured websites all over the state, and they're looking at recommendations that we can work with our public information officer and putting together for our students with disabilities and their parents, specifically what supports and resources are out there. So, thank you. For our parent communication group, we have a group that's focusing solely on how we communicate with our parents that are English language learner parents. And we have already existing documents, but they want to refine it even more. And they even have a goal. Their goal is for parents to feel informed and comfortable with all of the communication and to be able to understand what to do and where to navigate and how to really refine all of these different components. How they have parent meetings, what kind of information do we host on our website, and parent ed programs as well. So they're really all about the communication and making it clearer. And then we have 2 more groups, our Parent Communications with Disabilities group. They're creating a brochure, how it flows, what happens when your child is having trouble, where do you go, what do you do, who do you ask for help, and how does that work through. So they're working on a big graphic, which we will condense into a brochure, and all of the FAQs that parents have. And then our last group, one of our last is the supports for students with disabilities and English language learner. This is an outline that they're creating based on parent recommendations that we will focus on through the academic lens. Inclusion is a big part of what we're looking at through our strategic plan. So they're looking at creating an outline for learning regarding inclusion for parents, for teachers, for students. They even talked about how do we change the mindset all of our stakeholders when it comes to incorporating inclusion, meaning when you have a student with disabilities and they're in the general ed setting for a majority of the day, how do we work with that child? What resources do we need to provide to our students, to our parents, and to our teachers? So they too also have a goal and a kind of a vision statement that they feel that it's really important to change the mindset of everyone involved. So finally, our K-3 early literacy group, and I'm going to let Heidi speak to this one.
Sure. This is the group where we have parent representatives as a part of evaluating SEAL this year. And we're also looking to create a list of recommendations, including other options besides SEAL, learning more about professional development and balanced literacy and how that plays a part in the students who are acquiring English language, especially since we know most of our long-term English language learners have been with us since kindergarten. This is key, and I think Jose has mentioned that before, the importance of that early piece, right, and being proactive. So it's a really nice group that they're focusing on that. We have a visit coming up next week, Thursday. A second group is going, and we're looking forward to giving you more information about that and what we learned. Our deliverables, we have a due date overall of May 17th meeting, coming together and saying, what do we have at this point?
And I think a question has come up at our task force that parents have been talking about is, what do we do next? What are the next steps? And how do these deliverables come into play? How do we use them? So there may be a possibility of continuing this task force through the following year to see, okay, we provide it to with our parents, but we also have to provide it to our principals and our teachers to get their input as well, and then develop next steps for that. So we're really excited about the work we're doing. It's coming along really nicely.
And here's our schedule of the remaining meetings. Any questions?
Trustees, questions, comments?
I have a comment.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
We do have a
This,
second
this
part
is
of
two
it.
parts, right?
Yes.
Okay, just so you're aware.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, thank you. So the second part is for me to just give you an update on where we are with our middle school schedule task force. And I actually there's some members here in the audience, if you raise your hand, because they have come and they've dedicated time. So we're very happy that they have done that. The whole impetus behind this as we started was that not all of our students get access to an elective. Math is double blocked right now, and that was a short-term solution to support the change in standards in our math pathways. And we have some opportunities. We started looking at our middle school schedules, realized that it was a big job, put it in our strategic plan, got into it this year, and there's a lot involved in it, and we want to make a good decision. So the strategic plan said that this year was a planning year with implementation in 17-18, and what we're hoping to do is extend that out 1 year. We began our work in October. We brought together middle school teachers from content areas, special education, ELD, site and district administrators. We had 3 meetings. We talked about our purpose. We reviewed work that was done in 15-16. We looked at achievement data. We looked at demographics. We started brainstorming possible schedules. And then we started coming up with a lot of questions. In our strategic plan, we have an action plan for looking at co-teaching and inclusion for planning next year. That could impact our options for middle school scheduling. What does math look like? We've had that short-term solution now, and do we really need a double block? And what's the optimum number of minutes that we need for math? And maybe right now we have too much. What's the best way to meet our ELs? How do we make sure that our ELs who have not reclassified still have access to electives without missing core instruction? What electives should we offer? What's out there? What ideas do we have? How can we involve students and parents, and how do we continue to communicate? So we would really like to extend our timeline because we feel like making a good decision involves all of those things I just mentioned, especially this co-teaching model and bringing in our students and parents. And so we want to continue with our task force, add some members, including some parent representatives, looking at our DAC and DLAC and having a parent representative, including parent voice, including student voice. And then our goal would then to also be working with Ms. Geisels with co-teaching and inclusion, and so that we'd have a recommendation for come back to the board by January of 2018 with looking at making a change for the 18-19 school year. And I think that's it. Now we'll take questions.
And very quickly, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Kirsten Solorzano. Not only is she on the middle school schedule task force, she's also on the specific learner needs task force. So she's doing double time.
Okay, so now I have 2 comments. One is regarding your statement about the specific learners needs task force, whether or not they would continue into next year. My sense and my recommendation is absolutely, if these committee members are interested in continuing the work, I think there's a lot to be gained by building on their enthusiasm and knowledge. So I would support that. And so now regarding the electives, I know this is a complicated subject and I'm glad everybody's working on it. So I've always been a fan of Avid. I don't know if Avid is the right fit at the right time. My sense from talking with parents and students over the years is what kids want are fun electives. So, letting more kids, be in band and orchestra and choir and art, those kinds of things. I think there's a lot of, social benefit to those, academic benefit to those. So I'm hoping that, we're going to be able to open up, some more of these options for kids who want more out of school than just, continuing to take academic classes.
Well, I agree with you wholeheartedly on both points. I had both music and art in middle school, from what I recall. I guess I was lucky, but I guess it's a sign of the times too. That was a while ago. I'd also like to just comment on the extension of trying to implement the new schedule at the middle schools. I think that's a really great move. I'm glad to see that that's one you've taken, and that the reasoning is to just make sure you're making the best choice, because there's a lot of moving parts, I can tell. But, I'm really glad to see that. Thank you.
I would just say keep up the good work. I'd love to see the middle school electives implemented next year, but I think it's more important that they be implemented well than that we rush to a hasty fix. So thank you. And thanks to all the parents and teachers and everybody else principals who've been involved in this process.
Okay, well. No, I got a question. Actually, comment. So I understand the need to extend to January 2018, but this is my bad. I thought you all already had parents participate in the task force and students. I thought we had discussed that previously. And if we didn't, that's my fault. I would have pushed for that to happen sooner rather than later. For me, I'll be honest with you, I have no time. I want it all now because there's so much urgency behind the request, because there's a necessity. And as far as I'm concerned, we're like 10 to 15 years behind the schedule. I think we can do better. I think we should. I think our expectations are higher, and they should be, because of the strategic plan and the vision that Dr. Rudolph has along with the board. And so on that front, I have to apologize to everybody. I wanted parents involved, and I wanted students involved, and I wanted problem solving. That's what I expected. It's my fault for not bringing that up. I appreciate the effort. Don't get me wrong. I'm just going to coach's voice here. That's all. And that's my mistake, right? But I'm saying that because I need to also talk to the Spanish parents and the students. And I want them, if they're listening to this, to understand that it's a team effort and we're getting there, and it's a step-by-step process. And there's no shame in that, because it's always good to have plenty of well-educated options to take from to then figure out what best to do. But if I conveyed to them or others conveyed to them that we would do this sooner than later, that's why I'm saying this, to apologize and to say it won't happen again, right? On the other side to it, I appreciate the work that's gone into this. And I'm hoping also, though, that once you start getting more parental involvement, student involvement, maybe some other representatives from DLAC or DAC or PTA in general, however it is that you're going to approach that, that's fine. But I'm hoping that also isn't just a one-stop shop for 1 year, right? I'm hoping it could progress to something where if we can see we can improve it and we can tweak it, just like the special or the other task force, if we can continue this beyond that period of time to just refine it, I think that would be even better for everyone, right? Because then that way we'll know what our options are. So on that front, thank you for your time and your patience with me. Okay. I'd like to open it to the members of the community if they have any questions or comments. Edgar, you're smiling. No? Anyone? All right. Any other members of the board? Are we all done? Looks like it. Okay. Thank you so much, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the members who attended tonight.
Moving on to enrollment update. You want to do that now? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt. We'll go and do a 10-minute bio break. We'll adjourn at 8:15.
Some bio breaks take longer than others. Come on.
I gotta get up. I took a selfie.
Yeah,
talking about?
I can. Do you want me to surprise you?
You can surprise me, but I think you might actually get better answers if I have time to think about it. If I have an idea what we're going to talk about.
Yes.
Are you in your publicity HR class?
Oh, Kathy, I'm following
Meeting
you.
with the press, how to talk to the press? Solving conflict? Yeah. Yeah, because we had, I think that was part of the like conflict semester. Yeah. So it's like managing public dispute, conflict and stuff, and then like having to with the press. That's when you. Oh, really? It's not like a conflict semester. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's more into that. Maybe it's more into the conflict stuff. And then when you go to seminar in the summer, we had this whole thing about dealing with the press. We put, oh yeah, there you go. Put you on the spot. Pick a student and put him up in front of LaFacer in front of everybody. They actually brought a microphone.
Feels cold in here.
He was good. I mean, he was one of us. We're all just like, oh, I wouldn't be like that. I hope. Because it was a great.
I know.
Yeah. You do very well. But it's the idea of you're really challenging questions. So you're not quite sure how to answer it when you get an answer. But when you get an Wow, they really changed it. Who's yours?
Dr. Moore.
Who?
Eat and heart yards.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Like Virginia.
Yeah. So, she was trying to get charged with opening a Rasta cluster.
110?
Maybe she was 60. She was really old.
I heard you say that. Like,
But barely left. There were a couple others that were there, and they're all not. But even Harvey, Harvey was
now, so now maybe I will. Yeah, mine will
he really is. He is. I'm sure he's still sharp. Yeah, he was like that. Oh. Yeah, yeah. He was the one that did like a lot of the it depends. He like last
But you could offer this. Yeah, everybody had said Wednesday. Yeah, that was my thing. I'm like, I'm looking at the other things. I know. It's not the other one. We haven't been involved here. It's fine. The first practice is so fun. Yeah, so we're at this point. He's in. He's already gone. So he's waiting to remember where else. He's been going to Friday. And it's Saturday breakfast. Wow. He's waiting. And he's got, you know, he's got only but he's like the good stuff. If he goes into the class too, he's ready to go there. He gets into USC. About it. I mean, beyond that, I mean, I don't. When's the latest that you usually notified? Like how much is the first thing? Is that they have to email you? Okay, but they can like. I live. Yeah. Yeah, we were there. And hers is on the side. I am. I'm weeks away. Yeah. You guys. So Laura,
So I can't get him there and get him back.
Right.
It's at Wendell, so I'm gonna try to figure something out. So we can just make it work. It works for you.
Oh, yeah, that works for me.
Okay, I just-
I've got a 7:30 board meeting with the high school foundation, but 5 to 7.
Yeah, 5 to 7. I just can't get him. I have to figure out somebody to pick him up.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Oh,
Oh my gosh. No, but wait, she was. Is it today? Yeah, it's today. No, I haven't. Have you texted her? Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, she was leaving yesterday. Yeah. Thanks. I love your shirt. Viva Mexico. She's good friends with my next door neighbor. Well, I don't know if I could get Andy to pick him up because his baseball game should be over.
Well, I'm thinking that the people we practice with, she's always off at the carpool, and then that Libby should keep us taken home. I can give her some money for food because he'll eat her out of hours. Yeah, this kid's like 5 to 16. Drop
So we
off,
just do it 45.
give her the heads up. Come here, maybe give her a plate.
If that worked, that would be awesome.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Because I know they want to do it
honestly,
before.
It's better than rather than do it on Friday. Oh, I'm retiring already? Like, I know these people are like, retired by retirement already? I'm like,
And he's like, so what? And she's.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the confusion because I clicked it. I was trying to click no and then it did yes. And I thought I reply all to say I had a problem with both of those nights. And I just replied to you.
But I thought it was until 7:30 on both nights. So that's fine. It's fine. We'll get you.
Yeah, I just spilled water on my computer. I think it's okay. Oh yeah, it's still running. I just knocked your drink over onto my computer. Sorry about that. It's okay.
no hot water tonight, huh? You're good too. It works out for everything.
I already told my husband it was that night. He's like, oh, good, because I told the client I couldn't do something on that night. And I'm like, but I can't go. Are you going for the weekend? Is it a play or something? That weekend, we're going skiing. The weekend before that, we are going down to Los Angeles to see Clint. He's singing on Monday the 4th with his Latin jazz combo. And then it turns out his acapella group also is performing late that afternoon. So I get to see both. And we're doing, my mother-in-law turns 90 on March 29th. And my birthday's the following week. So we're kind of doing a big 2 months. It will be the night of our session. Isn't it? I know, the whole body is just getting into it. But anyway, I'm happy to see you.
No hot water, trustee Colinado?
I'm in hot water.
All right. The time is 8:25 p.m. Let us reconvene our meeting of the Mount Mead Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. And we are moving on with the enrollment update.
Thank you. I'm here to try to give you a snapshot of what's happening in the last few weeks with enrollment. It's an ever-changing world. So This snapshot is last week and it's actually changed already. So I'll let you know about that when we get to that point. So our timeline, I want you to know how we do the plan out the work. It's kind of backwards planning. But in November, we start advertising open enrollment all over the city, big banners across El Camino, and try to let everybody know when we're doing this, because we did move till January 2 years ago, I think now. In December, we do our kindergarten information nights, the district general, and then the schools do their information nights. In January, we do open enrollment now. And that's been good because we get the numbers sooner. We're trying to get our staffing sooner. In February this year, we did our returning student survey. Those are for the students who are already with us, and we're asking if they're staying or going. Next year, we will do it in February or in January. We used to do it in March. This year, February. Next year, we're going for January. In February and March, then we do the lottery, the placement, and the wait list. This is a huge undertaking. It is not pushing a button. It is taking each student, giving them random lottery numbers, assigning them the correct enrollment priorities of the 26 possible enrollment priorities, making sure that's all accurate, then doing the lotteries. Just want you to understand that. It's not, here's a number and here we'll push the button. It takes a long time. They are very careful to be accurate because it's really important not to make a mistake or not to put somebody off of the wrong wait list. In March through August, then we monitor. We move people off wait lists as soon as we can. I want to say that Nubia and our new person, Evelyn, will take great joy in making people happy when they move people off wait lists. It is often a celebration in the office. And our registration occurs all year long. I don't know if I have told you, but last year after open enrollment in January, between January and December of this last 2 school years, we enrolled, or my team, enrolled 620 students. More. Other people left too. So
During 2016, calendar year 2016.
No, between.
I thought you said January and
Yes,
December.
you're right.
Yeah, okay.
February, because January was open enrollment.
Okay.
So after that.
Okay. Hmm.
So it's an ongoing, moving target. This year, we gave you the March numbers that we had last week and the March numbers from the year before. So you can see some of the new enrollment or the enrollment numbers change, but the overall numbers are about the same. The 2017 most likely came from a demographer's report because we'd like to compare where we are, and the most likely projection is somewhere in between the 2 Marches. So we keep track to see if we're online with the demographers, but we take the customers as they come. At sites, we compared for last year and this year and in March. This is not the August number. These are the March numbers. I just want to really say that they do change. The big difference is at Landals, we had 2 transitional kindergarten classes this year. Next year, we'll have 1 due to construction needs. And the opposite will be true at Therkoff. So we're changing. We still have 3 classes, but 2 at Therkoff instead of 2 at Landals. And our middle school numbers seem to be going up a little bit. We will see. It changes as we go.
Oh, this doesn't take into account the people that just applied at all. This is actual current enrollments, unrelated to
through
next year's.
actually at the beginning of March, yes. Okay. So last week at this time, well, maybe a little earlier in the day, we had this number of students who had not been placed in the elementary schools, 114. they were not able to be placed easily because of space issues. Since then, those students have all been placed. But if you look at Bub and if you look at Huff 0, which is kindergarten, according to the state, there were some true issues. Those happen every year. This year, it seems to be a little bit higher in kindergarten, I will say. We often have had to open a kindergarten class at Montaloma. So this year we're doing that again at this point. That means that these people some of these kids are not going to their neighborhood schools. That's what we call forced moves. And Nubia gets to tell everybody about this next week. I do not envy her that job because it's only her, she's notifying, she's not making the decisions. So I want you to know that those 114 students are in a class somewhere in the right grade level, but not necessarily in their neighborhood school. Okay. One of the questions that come up is the difference between fourth grade and third grade. Why the ratio from 24:1 to 30:1? That's been a tradition for as long as I've been around, which is a long time. And since I've been doing this job, I've learned a lot more about it because I didn't do elementary school. So finding out about turning perfect little classrooms into bigger classrooms that weren't so perfect in size was interesting. But I tried to explain to you that we use the ratios for the staffing purposes, and we'd had a question about maximums. I mean maximums in the contract, the teaching contract for paying overloads. So those numbers are different than the staffing ratios. It's a little higher before we start paying overloads. But that's an agreed upon number. So when we have too many students in a class, it depends on the number of too many students we have. And we may open another class. That's usually when it gets to about 15 or 16. Then we really look at maybe we'll have to open another class. We look at families taking a little time and making sure families may move in and out. And so we don't necessarily hire a new teacher in March. We may wait till May or something because people move in and out in this area a lot. We may look at just saying that this is going to have to be an overloaded class because it's 32 instead of 30. And you're not going to open a class for that small a number of students. It's not fiscally responsible. We may look at combination classes. If we get a fourth and a fifth grade, or a third and a fourth grade where they have a smaller amount of students, but too many to make overloads, you may combine and make a third, fourth class or a fourth, fifth class. 2 years ago, I believe it's 2 years ago, at Montaloma, they had too many students in the fifth grade. So we asked the teachers if they wanted to do a combination class, and they chose to keep 34 students rather than doing a combination class. The teachers made that decision because teaching two curriculums, it maybe wasn't the trade-off that they wanted for having a couple more kids in their class. Okay. This year there's an overloaded class at Stevenson. The same suggestion, actually, I suggested at one point that perhaps because the PACT program actually used to be a multi-age school where they actually purposely made 1-2 combos and 2-3 combos. Maybe they wanted to do that. They didn't. So sometimes a combination class is not the best for the students. You cannot always predict that, but we try to let the team decide. Okay. So when you add a class, here's some considerations before you actually do it. Your timeliness of hiring staff, finding space for a classroom. That class size can change between March and August and often does, sometimes doesn't. Equity across the sites as far as how many combination classes you might have, or if you have space where you can move students, sometimes you would do that. The additional expense of the staff, And what happens if you hire early and then the enrollment goes down and you don't need that teacher anymore? One year I did have to let somebody go before school ever started because there weren't enough students. They didn't stay. It's a crystal ball kind of situation, and you do best to monitor, and then you make your predictions and your decisions, and then you deal with that. So right now, I believe in August, I gave you the class size averages across the district. So what I did was go back and say what they are now. They haven't changed a lot, as you can see by the numbers. For example, if you look at Landals, I think they got one student in 4th and 5th grade or something like that, which makes it a little bit different. But so they haven't changed drastically. But kids have been moving in and out. It's fascinating how the numbers stay the same. So here's the question. How do you take 72 kids and change the configuration? And that's when you have to start making decisions. Do you still have 72 students? Do more students move in? Do some students move out? And you monitor. That's a 3-strand school. This is a 4-strand school. The number's a little more equitable, but it's still a pretty big class. So I wanted you to understand just the simple mathematics of that. Doesn't make a simple decision. So next steps after we get our numbers. We determine sites for new classrooms where there's space. If there's already a 4-strand kindergarten, then might move it to a place where there are only 3 kindergartens. For kindergartens, we have to force move students, and it's not our wish to do that, but it's necessary. We finalize our wait lists when all those decisions are made. We notify everyone. We make sure the staffing needs are based on the needs at the site, and we monitor. Last year, Bob's kindergarten was overloaded. There were forced moves by August. The students all got back into kindergarten about before school started, but it doesn't always work. It makes everyone happy when it does, but it doesn't always work. So, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Trustees, questions, comments?
I had a question on you have the 2016 data and the 2017 data, and then the column followed by most likely projection.
Mm-hmm.
I know we had 2 projections from Decision Insight. One was, I think they termed it moderate or conservative, and the other was moderate. Which is which in terms of that column?
So for student populations, you use the conservative. For construction and planning purposes, you use the moderate. So the moderate is the highest that we'll see. Conservative is what the most likely.
Is most likely. Okay, so that comes to my second comment, which was I did a quick calculation on the K through 5, and I know these are all going to change, so this is kind of maybe a moot point, but we basically have 3,603 students compared with projections of 3,452, which is 154 more students than projected.
Mm-hmm.
Almost in all cases, if you look at the chart, it's from K through 2 or through 3 where we're exceeding them, which is effectively where we're trying to reduce class sizes. The quick math was that's 6.4 new classrooms. So this to me just shows growth. It may not be sustained over the long haul, but just something that I know you're keeping your eye on, but just something to draw sort of the public's attention to as well.
We keep a really close eye on this, and we'll be better able to tell you if it's actual growth in August and compare because they come in August or September again and compare August numbers where we really are.
You never know.
We don't know. And the trends that we used to follow are not happening anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of, it's very it's a very hard thing to decide when to do forced moves at what number of students, because people do not want to be forced moved, but they don't want to be in classes that are too big. So you're at your home school, but you're in a class that's too big. So in K3, the number is 24. That's set by the state, and we're working really hard to keep it that, because next year, not this school year, or not 18-19, it will be a monetary loss to blow that number. So we're practicing so we don't have to look at our third grades by then and they're just too big. So our kindergartens have to be smaller because it's an average. So we do watch and we do keep track and see if we're kind of in the range. But we look closer in August to what really is happening.
So I guess this is my second question. Once you've notified a person or family that they're not in their neighborhood school, and spots then open up between the March notification period and the August doors open day, can they be put back in their neighborhood school, or what's that process? I just
We
don't know
move
what it
students
is.
all the time.
Okay.
We weekly go through the moves and see who's been forced moved, and we move them back if there's a spot.
Okay, gotcha.
Those are the celebration days.
Okay.
Seriously. It's really important to everybody to get kids in their home school, and we try really hard. It just doesn't, it's not always possible. So between March and I would say the end of May or beginning of June, we meet weekly. After that, we meet every day, and we just try to move people along. And that's why we call people, are you really coming? Did you know, and in fact, in the beginning of August, everybody will be called, are you really coming? Because that'll make other choices possible for other families. And it feels kind of horrible. Are you leaving? But if you are, then somebody else can move back to their home school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
When do you share this belief with me that when we move the boundaries around, we should make it so that this problem is we're allocating students to their neighborhood schools is easier to do? That's a big goal.
I share a
of mine.
fervent hope
that
that
we-
the boundaries will help.
Okay. And what could we do to, do you have any qualitative advice for what we should do to make them help the most? Like, you know, as we redraw the lines, how can we draw them? What should we be thinking as we draw them to eliminate the sort of problems that we currently have?
So from my point of view, the demographers have been pretty accurate. I would follow what they're saying because they have the most information. I do not have information on students who are not in our school. They have that information as well as other information. I haven't seen them be very far off with their projections.
But Trustee Wilson was pointing out that they're like 150 under already for,
Mhm.
you know, K through, I mean, the
But
young.
That most likely is for August.
That's
So
for August.
I don't.
Yeah, who knows how we compare to that.
I can't predict that, but they've been pretty close.
Okay. Have we ever considered, some of the schools have like a whole kindergarten's worth of kids that didn't fit in kindergarten?
One kindergarten class, yes.
One whole kindergarten class at Huff, maybe, right?
Huff and Bud.
Huff and Bub both like that, 19 or 22. So did we consider having another kindergarten for that?
At Huff or Bud?
No, just asking. I mean, because there's a whole kindergarten's worth of,
I will say that I've had superintendents ask that question, and then I say, what do you do when you have 5 first grades?
what do they say when you ask them that?
Oh, hadn't thought of that. It's because that's what I was taught when I was taught how to do this. Like, oh, let's just do it. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Well, that doesn't work.
Because then you have 4 streams, 5 streams, 5. Now you need
and
30
it
classrooms.
keep going, and then the expectation is that we're going to have 5, and then you have 10 at 2 grade level. That's why we get that. Oh,
So it's totally unfeasible to go.
I
that
haven't
far.
been finding that people are moving, or the numbers are changing enough that would be a good practice.
And then in 2019, we go back to 3. We're at 4 at Huff, Bub, and Landals. But the plan is 2019, after you've handed this problem off to your successor,
Yes.
that they'll have that they'll have 3 kinders at each of those schools, correct?
So far.
That's
Yes.
current, am I
That's the
correct?
current
That's the
possibilities,
current
yes.
plan of record or something? Oh, some might be 4 streams.
I think the projections are there are a couple that are up in the 5s, and then there are some in the 4s, there's some in the 2s. And so we're trying to
Yeah.
hit a,
Hit
we're
the
trying
sweet
to hit
spot.
a target of,
Okay.
of 450, but we know just because of patterns that some may be higher, some may be lower.
So
No.
some schools may be 4 streams, even after Slater opens. It's, if I hear you correctly, maybe.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Okay, that's the only question I have ready to ask.
Okay, great. So I've got a couple of questions. For waitlists, where are we with Mistral and with Stevenson? What are the numbers for them? Is there a waitlist for each school site? And if so, how many are waitlisted?
The wait lists are not complete. So I don't know that number yet. Right now, I'm still trying to get people in their neighborhood schools, but the lottery is complete.
And
There are 24
Mhm.
students in the kindergarten at Stevenson for 3 classes. We did add a class. And there are 24 students in 2 or 3 classes at Mistral. That I know, because now we're not adding anybody else. We're not overloading them,
Mhm.
which we kind of did before. That didn't work. So we're staying at 24-1.
Okay, and so when will you know what the final numbers are for both schools?
Early next week, because we just put all those 114 kids in
Mhm.
all over the place. And we're pretty full.
Okay.
And we're still registering kids. So then the wait lists are happening now. Now that all of that is done, then we do the placement letters and the wait lists.
Okay, so when those numbers come out, would you be kind enough to share that with the board?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I would appreciate that as well.
10 to 15 years ago, when my boys were at Landals, there were a lot of combination classes, and that was a very successful model. It was done pretty carefully. Both, the families of the kids consented, the teachers, certain teachers were willing to do this. And I think generally there were aides, or like in one case, one of the teachers may have had a student teacher so that they could have a little bit of help. And then there was something that was a little bit RTI-ish, where like the 4th graders might go to a different 4th grade class for science, and then the teacher would have more one-on-one time with 5th graders. But it was very well done, and the kids seemed to like it. I mean, I never heard any complaints about it. I also personally was in combination classes growing up, and don't seem any worse for wear. The teachers may have been, but is there a willingness to reopen that? Because it seems like in many cases that can kind of solve some of these problems. And at some point there was just the kibosh was put on it, and we didn't have any. And I'm not aware of any.
I can tell you why.
Thank you.
So 2 or 3 years ago, Common Core came with massive changes to standards, massive changes to curriculum or no curriculum, and putting teachers in the position of teaching 2 brand new curriculums, or 4 when you think about math and language arts. And well, now it's going to be next generation. So the changes were such that Dr. Skelly said, we're not going to do this right now to everybody. And we haven't changed it back. It may have to change this year, but that's a decision we're still talking about, because it's not our favorite thing to do, but sometimes things have to happen. And we've been pretty lucky with not too many issues with overcrowding too much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Madam Wheeler.
Yeah, so I have 2 questions. One is, you made a kind of a statement that may not be related, so I'm trying to parse this out for myself. You said Bub and Huff are oversubscribed, and so you are opening up a new kindergarten at Montaloma. Does that mean those Bub and Huff students will be going to Montaloma?
Those are called forced moves.
I know they're forced moves, but does it mean they're going to be forced moved to Montaloma?
Some will be, we're doing it by address. Some will be Montaloma and some will be Castro. Those
Okay.
are where we have space. And so trying to put them as close as they can be when they're not in the same neighborhood too. So that's part of the art of trying to make, and the science of trying to make it the least bad that it can be.
Mhm.
Some of them will not go to the schools.
Mhm.
They will not stay. And that happens between now and then too.
So my other question regarding the decision-making that teachers make about whether to say they want to have an overloaded class versus a combo class. I hear, I know about those things, but then I hear from parents who are unhappy that they're in an overloaded classroom. So my question is about the communication. So how are these decisions communicated to the parents so they understand that these overloaded classes are as a result of a decision that the teachers made, in discussions with each other?
I'm not at the site, so I don't know exactly how that's done. However, I know when they come visit me, I explain what I know about what happened. So I've had visits from parents. And I think Dr. Rudolph has too, and we explain the whole process and what happened and why it is the way it is.
We
But-
also shared our data with the principals, and I know that some of them have already mentioned this at the principal coffees.
Yeah.
That this is this could be a possible scenario, that your child will be in a class size of 31, 32, 33. And it is a fluid process. I think last year when we used Stevenson, I think it was actually at 38, and then it finally came down. But it was maybe a day or two before school started where the parent finally sent the paperwork in saying, I'm moving or something. So we literally monitor it to the final moment. But I do know that the principals, most of who are all here, have been reaching out to their communities and saying, this is a possibility. Please understand this is something that we'll keep monitoring. But if nobody left and we add in what we had last year, this is what it will look like.
So I'm glad to hear that, because I'm always an advocate for more and more communication. And I think having that communication coming from a principal to the parents is more palatable to the parents and, frequent. So, principal's coffee sounds like a great mechanism for that, and maybe at more than one principal's coffee. So.
Or more than one coffee at the principal's coffee. That's what I usually do.
I think
I had a follow-up question.
Sure. Well, let's go for a second round, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I want to open it up to the community. Is anyone from the sorry. Are there any community comments? So come on up. Pass in your card.
I'm gonna go first because I picked up the green card first.
That's your communication.
Sorry.
If you could introduce yourself, Abigail.
Yes, I'm Abigail Van Rode. I have a fifth grader at Stevenson. He is in a class of what is now 29, started the year at 30. I wanted to clarify something that happened last year. We had 30 classes of 2 fourth grades, and we had three streams of third. And so that was last year. So this year's fourth was potentially, I think, like you said, 38. So we were offered, or someone floated the idea, I don't know if we were really offered the choice, but not overloaded combination class, but you could have 38 and 30 in fourth and fifth, or you could have 34 in a 4-5. So a 34 kid 4-5, I love combination classes. Like Laura, I had combination classes as a kid. And when I started at PACT, it was K1, 1, 2, 2, 3, and 4 and 5 were straight grades. But a 34 kid 4, 5 sounds like a nightmare. So the teachers that we have, I am involved, as you probably know, and I spoke to them, and their concern was the size of the 4 or 5, and not, do you want an overloaded class or do you want a combo? It was, do you want an overloaded class or a less overloaded combo? So I just wanted to clarify that, because the option of, say, 2 4s, 2 5s, and a 4 5 was not floated. So that may have gotten a different response. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Next person we have here.
Hi,
Brian.
yeah, Brian Giuliano, also from Stevenson. I have a 5th and a 3rd this year, and we'll have a 4th and a kinder next year. Wanted to share 2 or 3 thoughts, which I know apply to Stevenson, and I believe probably apply to some of the other schools. The first thing I want to share is we talked about relief, and I've talked to a bunch of parents, and unfortunately, relief often comes in parents taking their students out of the district because they're worried about overloaded classes, and I think that's the wrong way to get to better sized classes. So I hope we can find better solutions. I also want to acknowledge I don't have a great answer. I've thought about this a lot. If I did, I would have shared it with you. And I think Dr. Rudolph and his staff would have probably thought of it sooner. Another thing I want to share quickly is at Stevenson this year, we had the overloaded 4th grade. I didn't remember it being quite as big as 238s, but it was definitely, I think we started the year at like 35, 34. That's very big. It did scare off some parents. Ms. Westover, our principal, worked very hard. Parents, teachers all kicked in, and we did creative things to make it work. Kind of sort of worked. I think Dr. Rove can tell you a lot of parents still come to his office, so it wasn't awesome. What I'm worried about is we are still going to have that 4th grade class going to 5th still being fairly large, and then 4th grade large again. I'm not sure how we get creative and support 2 different grades that are big, which will lead in my next point. And on top of that, Stevenson and many other schools are under construction for the next year or 2. So space is at a premium. We're going to be in portables. Our already undersized MUR is going to turn into a portable classroom, is going to be our MUR space. And having at least the meager MUR we had was part of the strategy for how we mitigate the larger class sizes. So I bet other schools are going to have those same sorts of challenges. And I just wanted to sort of share those so that you're all were aware if you weren't already. So thank you.
Thank you. Team, Greg, I think you had a question.
I
comment?
did. And it was related to this. How many students need to be in like 4 large, 4th and 5th grade classes before it's feasible for the district to make it 5, like 4 33 student classes is like, 100, or maybe let's say 4 34 student classes, 132. It would be 5 28 student classes. That's not, I think, that's not too small, right? 5 28s. 28 still higher than some of the averages. Is that, I don't know what these 2 public commenters numbers are for next year, what they expect the number of 4th and 5th graders to be, but is it higher than 132? Is it higher than 433 student classrooms? Because maybe there should be 5.
It's 133.
So 133 divided by 5 is, let's see, 20 in each one, 25 in each one. It's like 26 or 27. How could we decide whether they should have 5 27s instead of the 133 in 4 classrooms?
Strange you should ask that, because we've discussed that and we've looked to see if there'd be space at the new Stevenson portable city. And
Tent city.
we've had many discussions about that. If the numbers stayed the same, we would probably put in another class, but it would be a combination class because it's 67 right now. It's 67 4th graders for next year, and 66. I know that number so well. 66 5th graders for next year. So there would be definitely if it stays those numbers, there would be
We would do it.
we would do it. We would have space.
The other reason I care about that is because my 10-year-old's one of those 5th graders. And when I volunteer in his class, it's like pandemonium with that many 4th graders, all who didn't eat enough breakfast or something. I don't know. I'm there in the first shift, and it's miraculous that the teachers can actually still get them to all do stuff. But I think it'd be a lot easier if it was
I prefer to think of that as talent.
not miraculous, not
as
just kind of comes
miracles.
down. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, they're very talented.
they are. So we have had that discussion because we're looking at all the 4th and 5th grades. We look at all the possibilities for numbers and where we might have to have a combo class and if we will. But again, that will probably happen in May, just to give us a little bit more of a number.
Yeah.
Although that's a scary thought too, because
Because
of
you got to
the
hire
teacher
someone then.
shortage.
Yeah, you
Yes.
got to hire someone right then.
So it's all,
Okay.
we study numbers.
So I'm
and we do
hopeful
our
that,
best.
Okay, so that's a possibility. It's an active. I'm glad to hear that's an active possibility this year.
It's actually under our numbers that we usually would do it at, but it's just big enough that there's nothing else to do at that point.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments, trustees? Nope. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2017, 2018 budget adoption draft assumptions. Dr. Clark.
So I am here to begin the 2017-2018 budget adoption officially. So we're going to talk about the assumptions that we have used to kind of kick off. Tonight, we'll discuss the assumptions, and the plan is to come back at the April 6th board meeting for the board to take final action on the assumptions on which we will build the 2017-18 budget adoption. So some of the things that we've listed out for the budget assumptions are ones that you'll be very used to. The enrollment and the, for us as a school district, these are numbers that are coming right off the demography report and what we've used for the last year or so. As we get closer, these are draft assumptions, so they'll start to change. We'll use the numbers that come from Ms. Robinson's work as we get into early April to show you. We use our ADA amount because some of that funding that we get are based on ADA and some categorical programs. So you'll see for us, we run right about 96%, which would be great if we were a little higher up. The COLA, this is from the state. COLA amounts, you can see that for 17-18, it's 1.48. These are coming from school services dartboard amounts. These are not our numbers that we make up. They come from school services. The assessed valuation growth, as we adopted the 16-17 budget, we brought some initial assumptions, and then the property tax, we got our latest report and we brought it back and it was still pretty high. So we changed the budget adoption assessed valuation. If you recall, I think we had something like 653 for 3 years, and we actually upped it to 875. So what we did moving forward as a start was for the 17-18, we kept those assumptions as is, 7% in 17-18 for growth, 5% in 18-19, and then we went back to 3% in 19-20. And the reason why we did that, if we get monthly reports from the county's assessor's office, and in March, our growth for the 17-18 tax year was 3.39%. If you go back to that same period in 16-17, it was 5.22. So it's 1.8% less than it was last year. And in 15-16 in March, it was 6.7% growth at that point. So we're a little about 3 1/3% below we were 2 years ago for growth. So I'm not sure, based on absolutely nothing, but if you look over the last couple of years, we do not have the same growth that we had in recent years. So we thought we would be a little more conservative. 7%, we feel pretty comfortable. Maybe even we might make double digits as we get for the 17-18 year. But moving into the out years, we definitely trailed back down to 3%, which is pretty consistent for us moving in the past when we've looked at that data. As we get to the board action on April 6th, we'll bring back to you a draft budget in May. We might at that point adjust that as well if we're actually getting better assessed valuation rates, because by then we'll have the April and the May rates and we'll see where we are. Benefits increase for us. We were budgeting for many years 10%, 10%, 10%, just flat 10%. And we looked at some trend data last year and we've never had 10% growth over the year. So it seemed a little too conservative, even if there's such a thing, to budget 10%. So this last year in the 16-17 year, we knocked that down to 5%. And for us, I think our growth this year was just under 4%. So we kept 5% for the out year. So we've maintained that. PERS and STIRS is the ones that it's been on the radar. We've concluded those increases for the last 2 years. We know that PERS and STIRS is going to be quite dramatic for us. We've talked about the hockey stick for the last couple of years. There were some small percentage increases for both PERS and STIRS, and then as the years going out to that kind of 2021 full implementation, those rates really kind of took a skyrocket and started getting into 2 percentage points increase year over year. The 16-17 school year, though, changed those numbers. Both PERS and STIRS changed their percentage of increase. And for us as a school district, it's quite dramatic. In PERS, 17-18, you'll see the percentages there. PERS for 17-18 is 15.8, and then it goes up to 18.7 and 21.6. In the 2021 school year, which doesn't show on this page because we're only required by law to show 3 years, it jumps up to 24.9%. So you'll see that actually in the next upcoming slide, we show the kind of a big picture 4th year. So that's quite a dramatic increase in those last couple of years of PERS. STIRS is very similar. You see those percentages 14.4, 16, and 18%. The nice thing is that STIRS doesn't go up too dramatically in the 2021 school year. It only goes to 19.1%. What we see over the next couple of years headed into the 17-18 to the 19-20 3-year adoption period for us, we're right at about $2.6 million increase over those 3 years in PERS and STIRS. Site turnaround money, that's Castro and Therakoff, decision that was made by the board to allocate $250,000 of turnaround money to both Therakoff and Castro for 3 years. They got $50,000 first year for planning and then $250 a year. What we did this last year, this current school year, is that we used Title I and district unrestricted funds to total $250,000. That was a clarification last year about they got $250,000 of unrestricted plus Title I allocation. For this school year, 16-17, we addressed that where it's $250 total. So coming out for the next year, 17-18, they both get $250 total. And then Castro next year is their 3rd year, so they'll be finished. And then Therakoff in the 18-19, that's their 3rd year. And as we head into the 19-20 school year, turnaround is 0. Strategic plan initiatives, these numbers have not changed from the 16-17 budget adoption. We had originally $500,000 a year for 3 years. We got to the budget adoption. We reduced that to $450 for the first year. And then what you see here is year 2 and year 3 at $350 and $250. And for the 3rd year, 19-20, we thought we would put something. There's a question mark. We'll see how it goes. But it really depends on the overall budget, which you're about to see. And there's some of the things that are on here. One of the things that these are just continuing things that haven't really changed. For example, the instructional coaches, we have those. Those are about $880,000 a year. We're continuing those. BITSA is about $160,000. We're continuing BITSA. Shoreline revenues was asked in one of the board questions this week about the revenue. We book, or at least we plan for the set amount, that base amount for Shoreline, which I think is $2.874 million a year. That's the amount of money that we're guaranteed to get. This year we had just a little over $3 million through the calculation. But for us, that's what we budget, that 2.874 amount. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. And then one of the things, and then that's that.
Dr. Clark, I do want to add that currently right now we are planning for the 2 schools to continue Title I funding, which is about $150,000. But we are monitoring the cuts to the federal government while they're not projecting any true, the Title I funding stays about the same. We know that there's also more money put in for other programs, vouchers, charter schools. And so we're monitoring that data. And then the other piece of this, as Mrs. Bauer said earlier, is that because you accept Title I and ESSA, it's going to require the bottom 5% of schools, and there could be sanctions on those. And so we're monitoring both of those to determine what we need to do next. But I just wanted to highlight that Title I, as it stands right now, will continue funding. So even though next year will be the last year for Castro to receive turnaround funding, we are currently planning for them to continue getting Title I funding.
Thank you. So some of the things that these are changes that we have currently kind of in-house at cabinet level, have conversations and made decisions to build them into the future budget. One of the first things is adding a second assistant principal at Graham. These are not accurate numbers about what an assistant principal makes. These are rough kind of an average salary plus the benefits that go with it. Remember, our benefit structure is 95% of single, 90% of two-party, and 85% of family. So it's really hard for us to give a really clear picture on what the total amount of health benefits an employee may make. We have quite a range. So one employee might get an $8,000 contribution towards benefits, and another employee might get $28,000 contribution to health benefits. Because I'm single and I have a family and I pick the low plan and I pick the high plan, it could vary. So these are just kind of ballpark, the numbers that we use for a certain level of positions based on the salary schedule. Same thing for counselors, speaking with and working with the two middle schools, Crittenden and Graham both. The idea is to add a counselor at both middle schools. We're looking at response to instruction program. This year we had the 4 teachers at Castro, Therakoff, Landals, and Montaloma. And then we also had the 5th teacher at Bub working through that kind of science delivery model. We've decided to roll out to all the individual schools. So it's a total for us based on the numbers, giving the RTI teachers to the individual school sites based on the total of enrollment. The idea is 1 FTE per about 300 students. So Bub, as a matter of fact, gets 2. Castro gets 1. Based on just the numbers that they have. So that's why you get a total of 13 RTI teachers at the elementary level. We have already those 5 that we are in the budget. So we would just have to add the 8. But the RTI program is just over $1 million, just the 13 teachers alone moving forward to the future. Right now, the teacher growth contingency, the 3 teachers for enrollment growth, it's just a placeholder. That last year was a placeholder and we took out because we didn't have the growth that was coming. So for right now it is, as we work with Ms. Robinson and her department, if it doesn't look like we're going to have to hire brand new teachers to address individual student growth, we'll take that out, which will save us $750,000 over the next 3 years. Curriculum adoption, working with Ms. Bauer and her staff. Social studies is coming up, and then also science. Right now we've planned for social studies adoption in the 17-18 school year and science in the 18-19 school year. Hot off the press. In the next draft, those 2 numbers will get pushed out a year each. Social studies will move to the 18-19 school year and science will go into the 19-20. Neither one of those curricula are ready from the state for us to start the adoption process. So it would get pushed out, which will help us in the bottom line. And then routine maintenance, we're required by law to contribute out of the unrestricted general fund 3% of the total expenditures of Fund 1 to Resource 8150. So Director Bakos and his staff, MOT, uses that for regular routine restricted maintenance, keeping the lights on, the window breaks, the door breaks, etc. We were trying for a while, if the board recalls, last board meeting or the 2 board meetings ago, we closed Fund 14 and transferred that ending balance to Fund 1 to help support the routine maintenance program. We had at 1 budget last year, if you recall, in the 16-17 budget adoption, we had 0% in year 1, 0% in year 2, and then we were adding 3% in the 3rd year. The ultimate goal is that at some point we start building up the deferred maintenance account. We are very fortunate in our community, in our school district, to have not only the bond, but the COP and also developer fees to help fund our overall construction projects. But at some point, we will have to start doing deferred maintenance projects again. It's not cheap to replace a roof or to paint the outside of a school or to do any of those other types of projects. So, but for us moving forward, we think we've got another 3 years before we have to really start working. You'll see probably in that 2021, maybe 21-22 school year, the goal is to start contributing back to deferred maintenance. We may not do 3% all at once. It may be something like a 1% the first year, 2% the second, and then 3% that 3rd year. But we'll see how things happen. So with that said, this is the picture for as it stands based on those assumptions, be they conservative or not, or what they actually end up to be. The 17-18 school year, which is our next budget adoption year, and then the 2 out years, 18-19, 19-20. And then what we started doing last year was showing the kind of a big picture 4th year where we're headed. You'll see on the beginning balance for the 17-18 school year, In the total revenues also, those are numbers that we use from the second interim budget report. So they should look very familiar to you, as well as the total revenues projected for the 18-19 school year. Those are the numbers that we have are pretty solid. Moving into the 19 school year right now for total revenues, it's based on 3% assessed valuation. It's a new year for us. We haven't looked at 1920 in detail like we're doing with the second interim. So between now and April 6th, when we come back, we'll have more firm data. But what I'd like to point out, the total revenues and expenditures, both years, we are deficit spending, and no doubt. It was over recent years, the 2 years I've been here, it was 2 million, 2.5. I think one budget adoption had, or one interim report had 1 year at close to 3. But if you look at the next 3 years, at least what we're projecting at this point, we're well over 4 in each of the 3 years. The reserve levels are now starting to, I think Trustee Wheeler asked me at last board meeting what I worry about at night. It was a blessing to come to a school district where we had 35% reserves, but you can see those are gone. We consciously spent down the reserves, and we've continued to do that for a couple of years. At this point, we're going to have to stop. Right now for 17-18, based on these assumptions, we will adopt a budget with 21%, which is just a little about higher about where we really want to be. School Services recommends a school district to be about 17%. For us, we've kind of always wanted to be like that 17 to 20. I'm a firm believer that we should spend the money that we have this year on the kids that we have. There shouldn't be a reason why a school district is sitting on 25, 30% or 30 or even more when that money is sitting in the bank and it can be used on the kids that we have. But as we look in that third year for 1920, if nothing changes, just under 10% reserve, it's not awful. We can live with it. I had a board member tell me years ago, you show the third year in your budget adoption process, but we never get there. And my response is, well, of course you never get there, because we have year 1 and year 2 to make sure we don't get there. But as of today, we have to adopt a budget for 3 years out, and this is where we'll be. And then looking into the 2021 school year, I think if memory serves, when we went through this process last spring, that fourth year actually showed negative, because we had some really big drops between years 2, 3, and 4. But at least we're still in the black in that fourth year. So that is it. That's where we are.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Dr. Yende?
Yeah, there's a couple staff members, principals that would like to say something too about the budget.
Good evening, President Gutierrez, Trustee Superintendent Rudolph. So we're here to express to you how important RTI name, is. please. Sorry, Teresa Lambert, Principal at Castro. To express to you how important RTI is to maximizing the success of all students. RTI targets the specific and fluid needs of every child at all elementary grades. It's a research-proven process that has gradually grown in our district, and we're all happy that every child will be experiencing it starting next year. And Principal Westover.
Hi, Rebecca Westover, Principal at Stevenson. We thought it was important for you tonight to hear from a variety of different schools, and RTI is a program that not only helps students that need a little bit of extra help and a little bit of extra time to catch up during a part of the day where they're not missing core instruction. So oftentimes when a student falls behind, they're pulled from class and they're pulled during a time that's not ideal. For example, during math instruction to receive literacy support, and that doesn't help the kids. But RTI also helps our kids that are advanced, because during the time when these rotations are occurring, students that are advanced get the opportunity to go deeper into the material with their teacher or however the school has set up their rotation model. So it helps all students in the school, and I think it's a benefit.
Hi, Kim Thompson, Principal at Graham, and I'm inviting my colleague from Crittenden up.
Hi, I'm Angie Dillon from Crittenden.
So I want to speak on 3 things. And first is On behalf of the RTI program at the elementaries, both middle schools would like to encourage the board to support the RTI program. Research shows that if you implement a quality RTI program, it has a long-term lasting impact on student achievement. We're the direct beneficiaries of an elementary RTI program. If we intervene early and often, students are prepared to excel in both middle school, high school, and beyond. So we're fully supporting that. Secondly, I would like to encourage you to support this new AP position at Graham. It sounds somewhat selfish. Many of you know I've been around for quite some time. This is my 7th year. I've watched Graham grow from 600 students to next year 900 with pretty similar staff. And it's getting a little unwieldy. So it would help with not only building the academics with students, but building the community with staff and parents. And third, and I'm going to let Angie speak as well, we want you to support the counselors at both positions. We're thrilled. Angie more so than me because she comes from a high school background and middle school background where they've had counselors. So
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to see guidance counselors added to our middle schools next year. In the last couple of years as an administrator, both here and 400 miles away, I've seen students experiencing social emotional issues that we're not used to dealing with. These are new. This is a new era for a new generation. And a guidance counselor would be there every day, all day to serve the needs. This might sound a bit histrionic or extreme, but for many of our students, this is a matter of life and death. And I'm thrilled that we are supporting our students in this way. Furthermore, another job of a guidance counselor is to support students in their transition from elementary to middle and from middle school to high school. With the new Common Core standards, part of that is college and career readiness. A guidance counselor supports this. While it's mandated at the high school level, in K-12 districts, guidance counselors are implementing college and career readiness programs at the middle school. And I think that that's an area of growth for my school site. And I want our students to be on an equal footing with all students in high school and beyond, no matter what school district they came from. Thank you.
Any other principal team members that would like to broach the subject with the board? Nope. Okay. Very well. For the record, that was Miss Gloria Higgins, principal of Wanaloma Elementary School. Okay. Trustees, let's discuss or have comments. I'm gonna start. I've got some questions, and we might do 2 rounds depending on the volume. But I'm a little concerned because when I look at the stats, I understand you're trying to project into 3 years from now, and this is all with not having the partial tax included in our funding, as far as I understand.
Correct. These numbers, and almost from the very beginning when I started,
Right.
the parcel tax ends in June.
Right.
And so this 17-18 school year, the $2.8 million of revenue is gone. But I think it's great if you'll give me the opportunity to point out the revenue is gone, but the $2.8 million of expenditures remained.
Exactly, and
They're
that's where
still
I'm
there.
going.
Right.
That's where I'm going.
Okay.
So thank you for the clarification on that, and I just want to bring that up again to the board and to the community in general of how important that is to understand. Because the issue that I'm pushing from here on out is unevenness. I'm very leery of the unevenness that we have in our schools in general, from elementary sites and in middle school sites as a whole. I think that the teachers in middle schools are dealing with a tough situation when they have students from different schools, regardless if they're choice schools or not, coming in, not really prepared to compete at 6th, 7th, and 8th. And then the transition that they have into high school is made that much more difficult, coupled with the lack of organization we have still with early academic language model programs that are not in place to help English learners in general. That's not an easy task to deal with. So here are the questions. When you look at your assumptions, I'm worried that the strategic plan initiatives that we have allocated for, that money is not enough. When I look at the early academic language model options that we're looking at, I don't see that budgeted at all within this year's budget that's coming up or the next 2 and 3 in general, right? And what I'm also worried about is our after-school tutorial centers, the things that we were pushing for Where are those budgeted? I don't see that here, and I need help to understand how that's going to work out. I applaud the effort that we have right now with the joint venture program that's being sponsored by both the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors as well as our district, with what Manny Velasco has been able to do so well at Graham. On Tuesdays, the tutorial centers there. I understand Principal Thompson has allocated money for 3 teachers to help out our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders at that school site. Plus Cindy's doing the new arrivals, right? So kids that are brand spanking new to the district are getting early academic language support, per se, by her, right? Teaching them the basics of English. I don't see that budget money in here, and that kind of worries me because I know that what I've seen so far, that program's working. So my suggestion was going to be to expand it. If it's doing well on Tuesdays, let's expand it to Tuesdays and Thursdays and see what happens then, not just at Graham, but also at Crittenden. And not just at those school sites, but hey, guess what? Also at the elementary school sites, right? Because the more we're able to intervene early, the better effects we'll have long-term. And in that respect, that's a cost-benefit analysis model that we have to tap into to maximize the monies that we get now to help our district, not just now, but in the future. So that's my concerns. Those are my issues. So if you can help me to try to understand that, I would really appreciate it.
So I will say kind of a couple of things. One, you won't see tonight. You didn't see every piece of $65 million or $69 million of expenditures. That's essentially us bringing a budget to you. The idea was to kind of some of the highlights, the big tickets that are there. SEAL and PSYOP was not on this list, but we do know that's about $800,000 a year. So that's not on this original list based on when this document got done.
Right.
It would come forward on the next one on April if it's there. And I don't want to sound flippant about it, but you can have anything you want. You just can't have everything. And so you adding more programs, for me, in my math, I'm thinking about now what else are we going to have to cut? What other changes are we going to have to make? What other program are we going to get rid of to pay for the additional programs you just stated, in addition to the $4 million that were already over budget? So
no,
lengthy conversation.
And I completely understand that. And that's why I'm bringing that up as an issue, because frankly, if we don't have the money and we're losing 2.8 a year if this partial tax should not pass, you see the impact on that. But on the flip side to all that, which I think is important to note, is if we're looking at these ventures to try and reconcile what we have in the strategic plan and what the reality is, then we need to see the numbers and how they really look like right now to figure out, is that even possible? That's why I brought in the strategic plan, because that's the basis of all of our changes. That's the basis for what we want to do and achieve early academic success. That's all a given. What's not a given is how you're going to fund for this. And I know it's an ongoing discussion, so I welcome your patience with my questions. Board members, who's next? Trustee Caldonado.
I agree with a lot of the spirit of what Trustee Gutierrez just said. One of the things that you can see in one of the other slides that shows the, can you show the slide that shows the 333%, 222? Okay, here we go. Site turnaround program. Excellent progress has been made. Well, I mean, I'm judging from test scores and things like that. That's a lot of what I have about like what's going on at Castro Therkoff. The turnaround programs, I think, have had good effects. I don't think those schools are done turning, and I don't think we can stop funding them. I'd like them to keep turning in that same direction further. And so I don't know if it's the sort of thing that we have to fit in the revenue we currently have, or if it's the sort of thing that on May 4th, 2 days after the May election, maybe that's the time to talk about, since we'd have a pretty good estimate by that day whether $2.8 million is going to be added to the revenue lines. And of course, if it were, all those percentages, you know, like reserves going down to 3%, that changes by a lot. And it, you know, reserves are now going to be in the 20s, you know, the whole time maybe. And so I'd like to see, one of the things that I believe the Castro team was going to do with some of their turnaround money was try an extended day, maybe add half an hour to the end of the day for academic time. That didn't happen. It didn't, I don't think we could work out all the details of how exactly to staff it and so forth. I'd like to see if whether maybe it doesn't fit in the current budget, but if the parcel tax were to pass, that would be at the top of my list for things to allocate money to try to get that to happen at Castro. I don't know if Therkoff is interested in that same sort of thing, but it was identified as a high priority project, a high priority way to allocate, a good chunk of their turnaround money. I think because they have confidence that it would help, and I'd like to see that sort of help to all the kids that can use the help. And so that's. Let me wrap that up in sort of maybe at the end of the meeting when we get to items for new agendas, I may propose agendizing for that May 4th meeting that we talk about. Okay, so we, if the parcel tax passes, what should we, let me ask Dr. Clark, how are you going to figure out what to do with the parcel tax revenue if it were to be approved by the voters between, May 4th, May 2nd, and when we approve the budget? Like, what happens to that money?
My response to President Gutierrez was the revenue is missing, but the expenditures are still there. So it concerns me as CBO that you're sitting there wanting to plan to spend the $2.8 million of parcel tax money. It's already spent. And
well,
if we add to, if we
yeah.
add the $2.8 million, if we're fortunate that to pass the parcel tax and $2.8 million of revenue comes in for the 17-18 school year, we're only $2 million deficit spending, not 4.5-ish. I'm rounding, of course.
I would think that if an extra, considering that in the fourth year, we still have a reserve. And as Dr. Clark pointed out, like that assumes we let it get to, 3.7% and don't adjust some other thing, cut other things that we can cut. I would expect that, is it incorrect to think that if the parcel tax passes, we won't be able to find any worthy projects to spend that money on? Because we already spent it?
Well, let me try one more time.
Okay.
So this MYP, the budget assumptions that's based on, the revenues that we have for 17-18 school year, $65 million, no parcel tax.
Yep.
It dies, it's gone, it never comes back. The expenditures, the $69.9 million includes the $2.8 million of parcel tax expenditures that we've been paying for all these years. They continue on. So if the parcel tax is successful, we now get a roughly $68 million of revenue. Again, I'm rounding to make it easy. We're only $2 million deficit spending. So to add more expenses for the parcel tax just makes that deficit get bigger. But to your point, the deficit isn't as great. And therefore, going out to the out years, the reserve level actually increases because we have ongoing revenue of $2.8 million. I just want to caution that we've already spent the parcel tax money that we don't have yet. In those 4 years, those expenses continue.
And the board can reallocate the funds.
Absolutely.
Or we will have to cut somewhere. So, I mean, if we decide that we want to do this program, then we have to turn around and eliminate something else in order to pay for it. I think that's the place that we're at, because by 2021, our goal is actually to have a balanced budget so that we spend $71 million and we receive $71 million and not deficit.
Madam Wheeler.
Yeah, so two things. One, I'm looking at the clock and we have a 20-minute presentation on pilots that I know a lot of people are very interested in seeing. So I would request that we finish up on this item. The other thing I want to say real quickly while the principals are here, I really appreciate the explanation and testimonials you gave around RTI. So, just like this is a late night for all of us, it's a really late night for all of you. So thank you for coming and talking to us. And I would move that we move on and have the discussion on pilots.
This may be the most important item we have all year, when we actually have a way the board actually has a chance to influence the budget, because most of the year we have no chance to influence the budget. The idea that we should just hurry up and get it over with, instead of talking about our kind of the way that we're going to represent the people that elected us, to see that the budget is being spent in a way that maybe they thought we would help direct it. would be a real shame. I mean, we didn't even get to two trustees that may have something to say,
So-
and this is an extremely pivotal discussion, because if we don't discuss it now, guess what? It's figured out, and we're only going to be able to approve everything from here on out.
I'd like to suggest that we have this discussion after the parcel tax election, then we'll be working with real numbers, and I wouldn't call this rushing through. We've spent a long time already this evening on this item. We can bring this back. And as I say, there are people who are here and probably watching on TV or their computers
Yeah.
who want to have us have this pilot discussion. So I wouldn't characterize this as rushing through.
Okay, trustees, I understand both perspectives. That's understandable. I appreciate both of your opinions and the sharing of them, and we understand where you're coming from on that front, which is great. My question then goes to trustees Wilson and Blakely. Do you all have any questions or comments?
I think I share some of the questions that you raised, and I'm happy to wait until May 4th.
I concur.
Okay, so can I clarify
Yes, Dr. Clark.
the schedule?
Sure, go ahead.
So tonight was the discussion about assumptions. It's just a layout. We have a conversation about what you're looking for, what do you want to do for the future. Those assumptions come back at the April 6th board meeting for action, April 6th. Yes, definitely before the election. We have to do the work to create a budget. It does not happen overnight. All those little budget lines have to be done. So we will actually be working on it from the April 6th board action to sometime in mid-May when the governor's budget comes out for the May revise. Then we do a really hurry up and fast update based on any material changes that comes, because we have to finish to post the June 1st board meeting by that last week in May. So we will be coming to the board meeting on May 5th. I think it's May 18th, which is that Thursday night. And any last minute changes that there might be, Director Liu and I and her staff will be hunkered down for like the next couple of days to hurry up and get it to post that next week. So I just want to make sure that we can't wait till after the parcel tax election to decide on the assumptions, because it will be too late for us to do the work. Because not only are we doing that, but we're also working with Mrs. Bowers and her staff working on the LCAP and about the LCAP budget that goes along as part of the district's budget.
Okay, so what I just said about, let's talk about this more later. If you're saying to us right now that you'd like us to have more of a conversation about the budget, that's fine with me. But I think that means that we need to have a motion to extend the time of the meeting. And, people who are interested in pilot need to,
I move to
hold
extend
on.
this meeting until 11 p.m.
At the latest?
Yeah, we only get to make that motion once.
Can we move to extend the meeting to 10:30?
I'm going to let my motion stand.
Second. Can I second?
Yes, you can.
Second.
You can vote.
Oh,
as
no,
well.
I know that. Come on. All right, motion's been made by trustee Coronado and seconded by trustee Gutierrez to extend this meeting up to 11 o'clock at the latest. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
I'm abstaining.
2 abstains? That's a record.
Okay.
Double
Let
abstention.
the record reflect, I know, right?
I need
Let
to
the record
change
reflect 3 ayes and 2 abstentions with no opposition, no noes. So
And just for me, Trustee Wheeler, I don't mean any disrespect. I wasn't challenging what you were saying. It was just to clarify, we can't wait until the May board meeting for action. We could be finished tonight with this conversation and come back on April 6th, provided the board was willing at that time to take action on anything that was discussed that night. And it goes a little against our practice of we bring it for one board meeting for discussion and a second board meeting for action. We could be discussing something for the very first time at the April 6th board meeting, and we'd be expecting the board or asking the board to take action that night. That's what I meant. So no disrespect.
no, and none was taken by what I understand. I mean, we work as a team. We appreciate your help with that. So I'm going to open this up to community comments. If anyone would like to broach this subject with us, and by all means, share your ideas on this. Come on up to the podium. If not, we'll have Dr. Clark get back to the podium and continue on with our questions and comments. Being that there are no members of the community that would like to share their perspectives on this, let's continue on with our discussion. Trustee Blakely.
Okay, I said that I shared some of the concerns of Trustee Gutierrez. If there's any way possible to add in that early literacy piece, I feel that's just imperative that we get moving. We've been talking about doing something along those lines for many, many years. And I don't want to see RTI get sacrificed. So I don't want it to be at the expense of RTI, but I feel like we really must start doing something with early literacy. And so and I don't know what you would consider cutting or moving around.
Sure.
You said around $800,000 extra.
So you're talking about the SEAL SIOP program?
Yes.
Okay.
And to follow up on that note, if I may, trustees. So when we look at this, and this is why Trustee Coronado and I are talking about this right now, because we realize that the time's now to talk a little bit about this. I don't expect you to give me the specifics. This isn't like a line item veto type of situation. This is just more what to expect with funding, and based on that, what our options are in terms of expenditures, revenue, and then realistic plans for not only this year, but moving forward, whether we have a partial tax that's approved or we don't. And that's why it's so concerning to me when I listed off those bullet points, to not see that possibly be included for me, I think it doesn't make too much sense to me right now. But that's why I asked for the explanation, because I'm worried that if we did all this work, if we spent all this time, Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Clark and team, to get the community to buy into a strategic plan, to have them help and support their school district with the new school board, and then we don't have the money to be able to facilitate the change that we want to see with the strategic plan allocation, I'd vote myself out. I mean, that's not what I signed up for, right? So the only thing I can look at right here, I mean, that's irresponsible. That's false leadership. When I look at curriculum adoption right here, I understand you all had mentioned that we're going to bump this up by 2 years. So in what I understand,
1 year.
1 year? Okay, so we have 1 year's worth of 1.5 million possibly that we can tap into, right? For, as it was explained to us. You know where I'm going
Well,
with this,
he's
right?
shaking his
Right.
head.
No, I know, but this is the thing, because right now I feel we have that revenue, but guess what? We don't, because we're still deficit spending, right? So even if we were to tap into that 1.5 for that 1 year, we still have a deficit. And we don't have that luxury the year thereafter, right? So in this case, if we have perspectives or ideas of what we would like to see in the district accomplish, I think this is the time now where we have to chip in and voice our
I agree.
perspectives on that.
I agree.
So that's my soapbox. I'm sorry.
Could
I'll
I
be
just,
quiet now.
Could I just suggest that you identify what are the priorities? So one of the items that you talked about at the board retreat is that you wanted to see the response to instruction. You set it out as a goal. Is that a priority that you still have?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that helps us understand what we need to do. So are you saying, and I just want to make sure I'm capturing this, that a priority right now is not a curriculum adoption, which we can delay, but the consequence of that is that and because we haven't taken formal action on any early language program, but you would rather see that money put towards the possible expenditure of early learning acquisition programs or some early literacy program, as well as SIO. Is that what I'm hearing?
We still haven't had a presentation on PSYOP, so I'm flying blind on PSYOP. I will say to you, and I've ever since, for the last 6 years, I've been saying I want a high quality early learning program in our district. So yes, I want us to put money towards at least SEAL.
Well, SEAL, they have to accept us. We have to accept them.
Yeah.
That's a totally different thing. Let me rephrase the question. The other goal that you put in front as a priority is for us to make sure that we are doing something for EL learners. So forget SEAL, forget PSYOP. Are you asking us to allocate funds for some type of EL program that is substantive, that hits all kids, as well as the earlier grades, or K 1, 2, 3?
Yes.
Well, sure, but that's a big question, because if
It
there's a
is.
catch-all program that's like that, I haven't found it.
Well, I think the nuance here is that you just heard the principals talk about a response to instruction program.
Right.
If you dive in and start saying how you want that response to instruction program to look, then I can tell you from our own experience, because it's how we started off, that it doesn't sit well with the people who are actually doing it. But if you say our priority is EL learners, we want to make sure funds are allocated for them.
Mhm.
Then we know, regardless of what the program is, we are going to budget money for EL programs. And one of the consequences may be that the board does not see the adoption of curriculum as a priority right now, because EL learners was a stated goal from the board retreat. And so what we know is whether we push it out 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, we know that we need to budget $800,000, $1 million towards that, knowing that there's a process, right, that we're going to go through to look at it. But now we have that as a line item as to that's what it is. And so that's just like you mentioned, hey, we want to see turnaround funding continued. That was $500,000. So if that's what the board wants as a priority, that we're still going to provide additional funds to those schools in addition to the RTI program, then we know to budget for that. And what ends up happening is that we take these priorities, regardless of how that program looks, and then we say, we got a budget here, and we turn around and we start saying, well, that means in order to get back to the black, we got to cut in these areas that do not align with the current priorities. Then we can bring that back to you and say, here's where you are. And we can do a priority sheet. Here's where we are. This is what we believe needs to disappear. I've done it before. You have an Excel spreadsheet. You simply say that, coaches cost $800,000. We're going to move coaches up because we think it's important. Well, then you have to find another set of expenses to offset that.
Right. No, I get that, and I appreciate the explanation, but I think our point here, well, and maybe I'll
You
just
can
speak on it.
paraphrase me.
Okay, is also the specifics. We want to work with you to figure this out, to drill it down, because we already have money for English language learners, right? That's part of our funding program,
You
don't we?
don't
we
have
Title-
$800,000.
No, I know that, but how much money do we have?
About 130.
And that's what I want to find out.
And couldn't some of the turnaround money be put towards that?
So,
But those funds,
It's
to
expiring.
what Dr. Clark has already said, your Title III funds are already, you have expenses for those.
Right, but that's my whole point, Dr. Rudolph, that I would like to see, and maybe the trustees would as well, or maybe they wouldn't, but I would like to see that type of specificity so that I can try and wrap that around my mind, because I'm not as well prepared to deal with this stuff as you are. I'm not the EDD.
So
I don't have that expertise, right? So I don't have that. So what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, how much do we have that way? And how much are we short by? And where can we look at then to do what you just suggested? Because I'm in a loss for that. That's
No,
why.
that's actually the second part. If you identify what your priorities are for us,
Mm-hmm.
then we can go say, based off of this, these are the things that we have or are thinking about, and we work through that.
Right.
But at least we know where the big priorities are, and we create, just like you see here, big buckets of money that we can spend from. And then we can go through sort of more of a line item to talk about, okay, so yes or no, up or down, what does that look like? That would be the second part of that process.
If you go back to the second interim presentation from March 2nd, the civilian budget that I attached to the board agenda item, it actually has revenue by resources and expenditures by resources and programs. So President Gutierrez, to your point, you want to know how much Title I money we get, how much Title II money we get, Title III money we get, it's all there.
Okay.
You'll see the resources, the revenues, what we get for this school year. And then the expenditures are the same way. How do we spend that money? And you'll see by program. So academic turnaround for Castro Mistral, you'll see that line item there. And I'm sorry, it's like,
It's okay, Dr. Clark.
whatever
I hear
program
you.
it is, but.
You mean Castro Therakoff? You just said Castro
Oh,
Mistral.
sorry. Well, Habit, Castro Mistral.
Okay, okay.
And
Just
It's like
making sure I
peanut butter and jelly.
Okay.
So for Castro and Therakoff, for those two turnaround schools,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see the $500,000 that's allocated for them.
Okay, and that helps a lot. And I'm not, I'm with you. Don't worry. I'm not against you. I'm with you. But I have another quick question, then I'm done. So when you look at this, though, it's just not us. It's all of us. It's a partnership. So I want specificity in terms of what does the money look like in terms of the numbers. I see what it is for the strategic plan initiatives, but I'm trying to figure out what are those initiatives and how much do they cost? Can someone help me with that?
It was a different slide that showed the strategic plan numbers
That-
tailing off.
Right. Then there's
There we are.
a big part of the strategic plan is, of course, all the 5 goals and then all the action steps within each. A lot of those didn't cost anything because it's just staff time to do the work. That money that's been allocated is to help fund those items that are on the strategic plan that are not earmarked or are funded by another resource. For example, in
ServiceNow.
Oh, well, I was going to use EL because we've been talking about EL, but ServiceNow works. One of the things was to go for a an online maintenance request system. Well, we didn't have to spend any money this year because last school year we purchased ServiceNow for doing tech requests, but they were able to, John Aker and Jim Bakos were able to go in and update it and add a button, a function to where we could do maintenance requests. So that was zero cost except staff time. So for you, a lot of those expenses that are in there, the strategic plan, those numbers that we have there, they've come down a lot. But they're funding those projects or those items that are on the strategic plan that aren't earmarked by another resource.
And how would I find out what those are? Do I go back to the March 2nd?
Because in the March 2nd, all we did was we just have a line for strategic plans. It's in the program 600s. It's under the superintendent's department. It's just strategic plan initiatives. And you'll see what's been allocated this year for 450. And then you'll see what we've actually spent to date.
So for instance, the professional development we offered teachers for professional learning communities came out of the strategic plan budget, right? So we had to pay staff their time. We brought in coaches from Solution Tree. So that is a strategic plan initiative. If we continued it the next year to provide training for them, then we add that in because it wasn't originally when we said we were going to do it, it wasn't one of the items in there. When we do so climate surveys, it's a strategic plan initiative, right? So it's not itemized in someone else's budget. It starts off in a strategic plan initiative because it's been identified it's there. The RTI program started off as a strategic plan initiative and is now moving out of the strategic plan initiative to the sites, right? So those items, that's where you start seeing those things. Is how a program that we initially start or that we test comes out of there, and then it moves on into another line item if it's something that we continue on.
Okay. So is there a list right now that we can get that would point to us to see what these initiatives are and what the costs have been for this year so that we can
this
estimate?
budget has 450,000 for that line item.
Okay.
That was this year, right? 16,
Well, for-
17.
But
16, 17. Yeah, you're right.
So the two biggest expenditures that we have coming up right now, RTI is the big one. And then PSYOP is the other big one. Those are the only big initiatives that we've had based off of the feedback that we got about the strategic plan and making sure that we are mindful of how aggressive we are with doing things. So those, but
I see. I get you. Right. So at worst case scenario, for example, I'll end with this. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be a jackass. So when I look at this right here, 2017 and 18, 350. Wait, if I understand you correctly, if at that time we come up with some idea or plan or initiative to figure out how to best help our students or teachers, the money will be spent. It's allocated for 350. But if it's not tapped into and we don't spend it, then what?
Right. It falls to the bottom line of the
right.
district's budget.
And then we can tap into it that way if
Correct.
need be? Okay.
And what I would argue is that you take the $600,000 because you have an $800,000 expenditure that you're looking at, instead of putting it under strategic plan initiatives, you simply say that this is for EL learners, which has already been identified as a goal. Then we would have to find another $200,000 in order to make the budget, assuming that we all, and I say we, but Sobrato Foundation as well as us agrees on that. So then you have $600,000 that you can spend, and then you turn around and you look at the curriculum adoption where we have another $500,000. Since we've already said we're going to move that out, you start taking those items and you start adding it up to pay for the other priorities that have been identified.
And I bring that up not because of SEAL. I'm just
Right.
I'm just trying to figure this thing out so
Yeah,
that I
no,
can
it's
ask the
fine.
right questions.
It's fine.
That's all. I learned from Greg that way last year, believe me. So, because this is the time to ask, right? And that's why I bring that up. But again, trustees, it's not that I want to focus in on SEAL and find a way to pay for that. No, it's that I want to figure this out so that we can ask the right questions. I'm done. So anyone else chime in?
I could begin, but I already spoke once. I mean, I don't know if these guys want to.
I'll just repeat. For me, both the RTI and the early literacy, especially the K-3 grades, are super important. So my top priorities.
I agree with all three of the trustees who've spoken. They're all priorities. I guess I didn't understand in terms of if we had programmatic goals or something that we wanted to pay for, we can't just assume we're going to operate at an increased deficit. We would have to be cutting from other programs. So thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
I don't have anything else to add.
I agree.
So I'll make a comment then. So the sort of stuff that is in my head and is driving me to want to see some sort of programs that we don't currently have here I'm remembering the enrollment report that showed populations at Therkoff and Castro dropping. This is, who knows exactly what goes into all that, but I think the sooner we can get the kids at those schools, all our schools, those schools too, up to a level that the people that live around those schools are proud of and want to be a part of, the better everything in our district's going to work. When we're moving the boundaries around, if we're moving the boundaries between schools that are all kind of comparable because they're all great, then people don't get all mad when we move the line from one school to another. I'm remembering Ms. Smith's chart of how many kids reclassify from something else to, or to English proficiency by 1st through 8th grade. And there's 5 in 1st grade and, 180 or something in 8th grade. I want to see the 180 in 1st grade. And I don't know which program does that, but I'd like to argue for maybe cutting some other thing out of the 7 million, but putting money into that project to get as many kids to English proficiency is absolutely humanly possible. I feel like it is the keystone to so many positive developments that would go on in our district. And I feel like I never really get a chance to try to push on this during the year because we don't usually have discussions about like, well, what would you cut? Okay, here's all the things you could cut. Maybe there'd be some things that we do that, we don't look at them all. We're not always looking to cut everything, but if the right program that could have great gains were proposed, maybe it would be clearly better than some of the things that we currently have, a few $100,000 or $1 million allocated to for students. So I don't know exactly what day, to what extent we try to figure this out now, or in 2 weeks, or in 4 weeks. But I feel really strongly that doing something new and ambitious to try to accelerate our English learners' progress would have compounding effects for all our students.
Well, what about some of the enrichment programs that are currently funded by the parcel tax? I mean, this is why people wanted to pass it in the first place. I mean, to me, in my mind, I wouldn't want to get rid of them, but that might be one
Which
of the first
enrichment programs
places
are
we
you
might-
thinking?
I don't have any in specific that
Mhm.
I'd like to mention by name, but I mean, it was passed specifically to provide some enrichment in terms of the gross dollar amount. I mean, so if it's those programs, I mean, if it doesn't get passed, then and we have these other priorities, I mean, that would seem the first logical place to do it. Not that I would want to see that happen, but I think that needs to be on the table.
Yeah, so I was on the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee for a few years, and I did not see the program that does what I'm talking about in there. And
No, I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying you
Yeah.
could pay for the program you're talking to
Yeah, if we
about
cut
by
some of the things
saying
in there.
cutting Yosemite. I don't know what the largest line item in there that's enrichment, and I hate to throw that one out there because people
Yeah,
love
you
it.
just threw that right out there.
I did. But that's kind of what I'm trying to aim at. I mean, if this is something the voters don't want to pass, I mean, these programs may not be able to continue, and I think that's something that needs to be put on the table.
And I think it's a lot more than just those kinds of programs. I think it goes
Absolutely.
deeper than that, unfortunately.
$4 million. 4.8.
Is what?
The deficit.
Deficit is 4.
Right.
0.8 million.
And
For the 2017-18?
Starting next year.
Right. And as a reminder of the $2.8 million in parcel tax expenditures, about 1.7 are core programs. Some teachers, administrators, secretaries, maintenance. Those are things that we talked about last year. We can't we could, but that would end up the instructional program would be impacted by then for sure.
Yeah.
Other trustees? Questions, comments? Nope. Okay, Dr. Clark, thank you so much for your time and for your patience. Okay, now we will move on to Administrative Regulation 6161.2 criteria for programmatic.
0.12.
Was that 110? Okay,
I
thank you.
think, if I recollect correctly.
Programmatic pilot consideration. Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you, though. I appreciate you being here, but
You know, this is going to 11. You guys are leaving?
We can go to Denny's afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, IHOP is open 24 hours.
Mervin's. Yeah, they'll be open. You ever been to Mervin's?
No, but that's good. I've heard
Lauer
of it.
goes there apparently.
All right, so we are going to talk about the process for program pilots and curriculum adoption. And there are three ways that this process happens within these two administrative regulations and one board policy that are actually addressed. So
Continue, yeah. Continue.
So the distinction here is we have a board policy and administrative regulation for how we adopt instructional materials, which we always use. Then we have what is, for the example of TTO and Health Connected, a programmatic change that could require an instructional materials adoption. And then you have a program pilot, and I'm going to use SEAL as the example, that doesn't have a curriculum adoption, and how these different processes intertwine between each one of these items. And the process, the formalized process that we will use moving forward. So just as a refresher, the board policy is the overarching approach that we use in order to guide. The administrative regulation is actually the process by which we implement it. So and I'm going to make this easy because it's going to be a tongue twister, I'm going to say 0.1 and 0.12. All right, so just so we're all working from the same thing. So 6161.1 would be the last time I say that, is used for the selection and evaluation of instructional materials. 6161.12 is a process by which we will pilot items or do a programmatic change. And it is possible that the two of these items could intersect. And if they do, the process I'm going to review will talk about what that looks like. If they don't, then they will fall either under 0.1 or 0.12. All right. Okay. All right. So the first thing is to understand that 0.1 is actually, the 0.1 is actually guided, is what we normally do when we adopt instructional materials. So the biggest thing here is that the state already outlines that there are a series of materials that should be adopted. We've done this twice. We did this with Eureka Math, and we did this with Benchmark Language Arts. Thank you. And so when 0.1 goes in the process, we actually mirror the state's process. They provide us with a rubric, they provide us with checklists, they provide us with the selected items. We go through it, we create a committee, we review which items, we dwindle it down to a couple, and then we use the rubric and the checklist in order to assess its process. We also pilot these items in a very limited amount of scope. So last week when I talked about the process, remember that I showed that we had a bunch of them that were 4 weeks or process. So that's by the state and it's all driven. So every school district that adopts instructional materials, That's exactly what the process looks like. The state says this is what we're going to do. They identify the materials. You go through your selection process. You follow the guidelines. Where the gray area is 0.12, which is what happens, which is going to happen. I'm going to give two different examples of this. What happens, and talk about lessons learned from TTO. What happens when the district decides that it wants to do something different that aligns to state standards, but is fundamentally different or a change from what our current practice is? And what is the process that guides it? That's the essence of 0.12. Right? We're going to do something different. We're going to look at, and we're going to talk about the AB 329 in a little bit, and we'll talk about SEAL, right? We're going to do something different that's going to be a deviation from what our regular program is. This formalizes the process. And that's really one of the bigger lessons learned, is that we need a formalized process for evaluating the need to pilot a program, right? So, and it needs to be a process that is deliberate. It needs to be a process that is planned. We need to identify what the metrics are. We need to engage the greater community while still adhering to Ed Code 60210, which means that a majority of teachers are part of the actual committee. So here's our question. And I'm going to use Health Connected as the example, and I'm going to talk about the shift that we're going to make with Health Connected and how we're going to pilot or beta. We're going to use beta test. We're not even going to use the word pilot anymore. We're going to beta test 0.12 so that we can move forward. So in the absence of a state framework, which is why I use Health Connected in the beginning, in the absence of a state framework and with the need to address a curriculum and instructional deficiency, how does the district respond? So typically the answer is that a district decides that it's going to try something different as a deviation. So one of the bigger things is that we need to make sure that every stakeholder is involved and that we communicate it, and we have a very open process throughout the vetting of it, and that we need to have metrics as well as other items and an objective assessment to say this is how we're going to measure it moving forward. So let's look at the Health Connected pilot as our example, because this one weaves through both of these processes and sort of mirrors Teach to One. And then I'll show you at the very end, which is the updated slide, how SEAL doesn't. It would only fall under 0.12. So the context for this is that it uses both 0.1 and 0.12, which is a pilot as well as an AR. We're in the second year of the actual pilot for this. It is driven by AR 329, or sorry, AB 329. And it also needs to make sure that it meets, sorry, I'm catching up on my slides, that it meets the fifth grade standards to be in compliance. Now, what we also know about this Connected Ed is that we've received complaints from parents about the appropriateness of having it in the 5th grade. Okay, so listening to that response, our suggestion is, and then what we would like to do, is to suspend it for 1 year, because we have to make sure those 5th grade standards are taught in either the 5th or 6th grade, which means that our upcoming 5th graders would not experience anything next year, but they would experience something in the 6th grade. All right. So here's how this looks. This is just a quick flow chart. So we will create a PARC this year, which is a pilot assessment and review committee. I'll talk about that whole process. We will then look for all types of options, or a couple of options that we can use to meet AB 329, as well as meet the 5th grade standards. It could be Health Connected. It could be something else. We don't know. That's part of what the PARC will do. We will then seek formal approval in the spring of 2018 to pilot one of the programs that has been recommended from the PARC. Because, now this is a nuance, and you're going to see a distinction when we get to SEAL, because it technically is it eventually will lead to the adoption of materials, we need to incorporate point 1 in the process, which means that in the fall of 2018, before we actually institute it, we need to present the curriculum to the public and gather feedback. And I'll talk about what that looks like. In spring of 2019, following point 1, we will actually pilot the process and make sure that we gather feedback from all of our constituents. Now, in 2019, the spring of 2019, the park, who has already identified, again, I'm going to go through this again, who's already identified the metrics at the beginning by which they would measure success. They've identified, I said, here are the costs, here are all the things. They will review all of the data and make a recommendation. That recommendation will be reviewed by the District Advisory Committee. It will be reviewed by DLAC, and it will be presented to the board, with the board making the ultimate approval. If the district decides to, if the Board of Trustees decide that they want to adopt whatever the new health connected curriculum is, it then again falls. So you see how we've jumped from point 1, 2 to point 1 to point 1, 2. Now we're now back to point 1, which is we will formally adopt the curriculum. Okay.
Can I ask a simple question on that
Sure.
slide? If we were to consider like Eureka Math 2.0 starting now, would it follow this flow chart? No, because it's not a program.
Correct.
Okay.
So it would follow point 1. It would simply be an instructional process. We would pull out a check. Well,
it would be like the fall 2018 one.
Let me
three of those, right?
Let me ask one clarifying question real
Okay.
quick. All right, just so I make sure I understand what you're asking. So are you assuming that Eureka 2.0 is a state program? Or are you assuming that Eureka 2.0 is something that we found and we really want to try it?
Well, it's the latter is what happened.
Right.
Correct? So you can tell both. So let's say we replay, we have these rules, but we rewind and we want to get Eureka Math, but it's not a state adopted curriculum.
Okay.
So which of these apply then? And then if the state adopted it, which ones apply?
Okay. So if Eureka 2.0, we found it and we're like, oh, this is really great and we really need to do it, it follows this process.
Okay.
If the state says Eureka 2.0 is one of the approved curriculums that we vetted, then it only follows point 1.
Okay, which is the 4th step, the 5th step, and the 7th step.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because the distinction is that the state has already went through a vetting process and we're following their process. The distinction here is that they would have already created the rubric for you. They would have created the checklist. They would have created all of the metrics you need to use. Because 2.0 is so fundamentally different than what we do, we actually have to start from the beginning and create all of that stuff ourselves.
Okay, thank you for answering that.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So step 1, and again, we're using Health Connected as the example. So remember, we said we currently are doing this. This is year 2 of the pilot. We said we were going to collect feedback. We've gotten some feedback, some concerns about the adequacy of the program. So what we're saying is we're going to take a pause for our upcoming 4th graders. They will receive the curriculum in the 6th grade. We still will be in compliance with AB 329, but we also will be teaching 5th grade standards in 6th grade. So the first thing we do is we create the pilot assessment and review committee. That committee is made up of no more than 2 board members. You'll see in the policy, it has to be an ad hoc committee. Otherwise, it's subject to the Brown Act. We will need to make sure that to comply with Ed Code, teachers have to comprise the majority of it. And then we would want to make sure that we have, and let me just say, the parents, the community members are recruited through the district through DAC and DLAC. They are not, Park is not comprised of community members who are currently on DAC and DLAC. They're recruited because those are the 2 vehicles that we already have in place of individuals who could go out and gather additional people. Some topics are easy for us to recruit. So for instance, when we said we wanted to do a student attendance task force, well, we already had boundaries of advisory task force. most of the members from the BATF volunteered to be the SAATF. That was an easy one. When we did the specific learners task force, it was an all call from people. We did most of it through DLAC. In this case, we want to make sure that we reach out as far as possible. And so we want to make sure that we have members from that DLAC does some recruiting and that the DAC does some recruiting. And both of those are elected positions, regardless of how the election goes at a particular site. Both of those positions come from the site council. So we would create the park, and the park would then create a checklist, an evaluation rubric, the metrics for monitoring, a timeline. We would put it on the governance calendar, just like we do other task force, of what the update is. We would create a community engagement plan. So the park would work with Ms. Hausman, our PIO, to make sure that we've engaged the public. And so the lesson that we've learned is that we need to make sure that there's a public review process that involves all stakeholders, regardless of whether or not you actually are part of the review committee. We still want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to engage. So we're still with point 1.2, and eventually we'll go to point 1. Okay. So park would then have the task of going out and reviewing all types of options. So in this case, we get a group of parents who are really excited or who are really interested. We know of a couple that we may be able to reach out to, and we say, can you help us find materials that we feel that are adequate to meet the needs of our with 2 years from now, our 6th graders, right? Our current 4th graders. So we'll review and evaluate all available and appropriate materials that are being used in the state. Part of that will be going out asking districts how they do it. We'll put it all out there. And then eventually the park would say, based off of the items that we've had and what we believe is adequate for our kids, they're going to make a recommendation to pilot 2 curricula. And that's typically how we pilot the instructional process. And this is where we're about to head to point 1. And then we seek formal approval from the board. So again, a lesson learned from TTO is that when we went through the process, right, we did a lot of behind the scenes work with staff, but we didn't engage the board for formal approval to engage in a pilot. So what we're now saying is that moving forward, and this applies to anything that any programmatic change, we will seek formal approval before we actually start. And part of that formal approval will include, here's how we're going to measure it. Here is the time frame that we're looking at. Here are all here's the cost that we believe is associated with it. Here's what the training would look like. We would identify all of those items. I think, and I'll talk about the review process in a second. Let me not jump ahead of myself. So we seek approval. See, I already jumped ahead. From the pilots. And remember, the reason why we're seeking approval is because this is a deviation from what we currently do. And now, because this one actually intersects both, we then go back to point 1. So we know that Health Connected, as well as whatever other program, it possibly has a curriculum component with it. Since it does, it now falls back to point 1 in order to be evaluated. So we'll host curricular review presentations for parents. We'll gather feedback from there. And this is how Eureka Math, this is a process Eureka Math goes through. This follows exactly what the state does when they are actually reviewing curriculum or when they're saying we have a framework and we want you to adopt it. And this will be how next generation science is handled. This is how social studies will be handled, right? We'll host the curricular reviews. We'll provide teacher training if needed. We'll provide the board with updates about the process. We'll review and publicize the pilot plan as well as the opt-out process. And then we'll make the curricula available in the district office for the parent review, right? And so the lesson learned here is that we need to use the existing BP and ARs, which mirrors the state adoption process, to allow parents to review the curriculum. So because this is a smaller pilot, right? Beta, whatever. We then would pilot it for a very small period of time, right? because state law actually requires it's a 5-day program in 5th grade. Therefore, it's a small pilot, right? So we've already identified what that looks like. We say in order to meet the state the 5th grade standards and to comply with AB 329, this is how long it's going to pilot. This is what we look like. Part of Ed Code requires that we make available teacher feedback. So the teachers in schools that volunteer to pilot the particular program will provide us feedback, and then we'll review the data, right? It is important to note that this one will actually have to be a grade level because we're taking a risk right here. What we're saying is we may believe, based off of some feedback that we received, that Health Connected is not adequate for all of our kids. Because we don't believe that it may be adequate, and it could be, right? We haven't reviewed it, but because it may or may not be appropriate for all of our kids, in this case, we have to still comply with state law. Because we have to still comply with state law, we need to administer it across the whole, all of 6th grade. Otherwise, we'll be out of compliance. So I want to put that one out there. Like in 6th grade, and when I go to SEAL, you'll see a distinction between the two because SEAL is a programmatic change and wouldn't be applied to every single site, but they do have their own demands, which we can talk about at another time, not right now. And I say that just because we're making a lot of assumptions about whether or not, they believe we're a great candidate and whether or not we believe we're a great candidate and funding and all that type of stuff. And there's a lot of question marks out there. So I need to put that one out front that there's inherent assumptions with it. Okay, so we're still on point 1. So after we piloted, we reconvened Park. Park took a little break from what we were doing, and we evaluate the curriculum based off of the feedback that we have. We review and gather the feedback from DAC and DLAC, and then eventually the Park makes a recommendation to the Board of Trustees, saying, here's what we recommend for moving forward that every 5th grader, or they could say that every 6th grader, because in this case you have 2 years to do it, must go through, right? And so again, we want to create a formalized public review process that has an objective set of measures from the beginning. This information is communicated prior to the start of the pilot and allows the Board of Trustees to gather objective data from all stakeholders. We want to make sure that when you're reviewing it, that if you said, hey, and I'm going to, I'll jump to Health Connected, right? So, hey, we believe survey results, right? The Park said survey results from students is really important. Our survey results from parents is really important. That is part of the measurement that we're going to use, whether or not kids have learned. And so we want to do a pre and post test. And so that's the data that they're going to use. They may say that part of, half of the district, we reviewed the curriculum and the data didn't come out that well. The other group may say that we reviewed the data and it really did. It had a beneficial impact. There may be other metrics that we may not be thinking about. Part of the reason why for 0.12, we have to have them develop it is because it is determined by the need. And when I go to SEAL, I will describe what that looks like because that's a multi-year commitment that the district will have to make. And again, I'm making an assumption, right? I'm just using it as an assumption. Okay. So in the summer and fall of 2019, we want to review the actual process, right? I think this is also an important part. So we need to look to see whether or not, after testing this out, that it's actually an adequate process to use, right? It could be a little bit unyielding. It may not be enough. We may need to beef it up in some different areas. And so what we would do with the Park is as soon as they finish, we would do an action after review of the total process and make possible adjustments. And then we would bring that back to the board and say, based off of what we've seen with this AR, here are the changes that we need to make in order to make this a little bit solid. Or we could say that it works. There's no changes at this point. But every time we go through the Park committee, our commitment will be to always do an action after review to get review about what is the effectiveness of the piloting process moving forward. And then, of course, we would, in this case, because you're straddling 0.1 and 0.12, you have to implement the adopted curriculum, right, which would have been by vote. And then we would provide initial and ongoing teacher training if needed. So currently with Health Connected, it is actually done by outside provider. If we chose a program that was more teacher driven, then we would have, so like in 8th grade, we have to provide the teachers with training. And we have to build that into a budget, right? Ongoing training. I don't know what the cost would be, but if it was $10,000, you would see that moving forward, that $10,000 for ongoing training, because one of the big things that we talked about in our strategic plan is making sure that teachers are onboarded effectively, right? And so the last thing we want is 10 years from now for some new teacher to come on, they're required to meet AB 329 in the 5th grade standards, and they don't have any training to do it. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all of those slides. I'm going to make a distinction between how this looks. So let's look at case study SEAL. SEAL, unlike Health Connected, does not have a curriculum. And so there is a distinction between the two, because you wouldn't bring in point one, because, and several of you have seen this, the premise behind SEAL is that teachers use the standards and they use existing curriculum and any items that are out there, and they pull that in and they sort of make a, they make a determination of this is what we believe is the best way to approach it, right? So we would do this actually same thing in order to move forward with SEAL. And Ms. Smith mentioned this before. We need to create a park. We need to review all options for early learning language acquisition. We need to sort of make a recommendation for a formalized pilot, right? We seek approval for it in 2018, which aligns with our strategic plan. But because SEAL doesn't have a formalized curriculum, 6161.1 is not a part of the process, because you can't sit there and say, I mean, we'll put the standards out, but we've already adopted the standards. So you wouldn't, and the teachers are the ones who are creating these items, right? It's part of the SEAL process requires for teachers to have 12 professional development days, and actually to plan it, we would have to develop an instructional coach in order to pull this off. So in this case, we wouldn't have the curriculum items available for people to look at. We could, however, turn back around at the conclusion of the year and show here are the materials that we go. Now, at the same time, we would be doing board updates and we would show progress about the types of things that we have. So at least the community is aware of what's taking place. We would pilot the program in 2019. And in this case, I have to use pilot very loosely, because in order to do SEAL, they're going to expect that you're going to make a long-term commitment to the process. So, and because we're looking at kindergarten students, we have to expect, in this case, as part of the review process that the park would have, that the actual metrics that we're going to measure are 3 to 4 years in advance, right? So we would have to track reclassification rates. We would have to track student test performance, but that doesn't come until 3rd grade. We would have to track parent satisfaction. We would have to track all of these items, but some of them are lagging indicators and some of them are items that we would see immediately. But you need to know that Sbarro would not be comfortable with us saying 1 year, and then we'll let you know if we plan on doing it moving forward. So in this case, it still all falls under 0.12. But throughout the process, we're reporting out the effectiveness of it. Now, here's another distinction I need to draw, because this pilot is different. It only applies to certain schools who would actually qualify. Now, the board would have to be comfortable that those schools, and of course, we would need, the board would have to be comfortable that at those particular schools, there is no choice for something different, because Sbarro has been very clear that you don't really get a choice, right? However, that doesn't apply to all of our schools. So Mistral may qualify, Huff won't, right? You just, and Mistral does because of the number of EL learners, right? So in the design of the program. Castro would qualify, Landos wouldn't. Dericoff would qualify, Slater may not, right? So I'm putting it out there that you would then have, and there are EL students at each school, so you then would have a smaller sample size by which to compare by, but you need, you would have to make and the word is actually it's escaping me right now, but it's about how the design is. We would actually shoot.
Distinguish.
No. It's a specific thing that you as you're creating the design and you're looking at the review process, you actually have to acknowledge that this is a flaw in the design, right? So I'm just going to use that for you have to distinguish that a flaw in the design of this particular study in the review is that you couldn't look at it compared to students at the exact same schools. And you would have to acknowledge that a student who is at Castro, even though you're looking at an EL student at Huff, they're two different EL students. And you would have to make those type of exceptions. And then you have to guard yourself from making spurious conclusions about what the data is actually saying. Now, you would be able to compare it to other subgroups. So like Landos may have a similar population, but you just need to know, like from a school standpoint, you're looking at two different populations. You're comparing two different EL populations. I mean, there's a lot of different things that you would have to assume in that. But that's also part of the reason why the park creates the metrics to make sure that that actually happens. And then in this case, because it's a long-term commitment, Park will continue to review the program, will continue to provide updates to the board, or it could fall back to the district office team to continue the work of the park. I mean, we are talking about volunteers, and the distinction here is that for the board, you do not want this to be a standing committee. You want this to be ad hoc, so you need to have a specified time. So if we continue this for 4 years, it becomes a standing committee. So you don't want to agendize every meeting for 2 people, right? So in this case, what we would do is we could take Parks recommendations, metrics, and everything else, and then we could follow the same process in district office. But what we would do then is we still will report the findings to DAC, DLAC, the parents, the board, and still provide updates ongoing, the same way that we continue the task force. Parents could stay on it and could continue to be a part of it. Community members could continue part of it. But for the board's purposes and teachers' purposes, at some point you want to sort of allow somebody the opportunity to sort of step away from it and sort of get a breather. That's it.
Board members, questions, comments?
This looks like a better process than the one we had before, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it works.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I agree with Trustee Coladonato. It's really nice to see a new AR outlined in such detail and how it kind of works and weaves its way in between the other AR and this BP, and the renewed and stated goal of more stakeholder engagement. I think it's really critical, and I think that this is addressing a community stated need, so I really appreciate that.
I do need to say, we took this through DAC. PTA presidents provided feedback. Dr. Wessel provided some feedback. District office team provided feedback, as well as principals. So we tried to toss it out to as many people to get as many, like, hey, are you thinking about this kind of thing out there? So I forgot to add that in the zest to go through this, but I do need to acknowledge that a lot of other people have provided insight and input and asked some good clarifying questions about the process and what that looks like. So I just want to thank them for that.
And I just wanted to say with the revised AR that was handed out this evening, I'm not sure if this has been posted or in the package. What's over there? I like the way that you broke it out so that there's that the park is involved both in the selection of the pilot as well as the adoption and then the implementation and the review. So thank you.
So I have a quick question, Dr. Rudolph. So this would be a new AR 0.12?
Yes.
And then would we have a corresponding BP?
The board could choose to create a BP for it. And that is perfectly fine. I mean, that's up to the board. We it would be a little bit broader. So you would outline what the big things that you're looking for, stakeholder involvement, that type of stuff, to make sure that the two are, because BPs are typically higher,
right?
And then the AR is a little bit lower. So yes, you as a board could say, hey, we would like a BP on this. And then you move forward. You could settle with, hey, this looks good. And after the first test run, what are the things that we need to sort of tweak? And then you could decide to do it next year. Nothing precludes, I guess what I'm trying to say is nothing precludes you from going through the process of creating a board policy to drive it. It's really up to you as to whether or not you view that you need it. And this is tied to 6161, which is already a board policy. The reason why it's 0.12 is because it is now an addition to address an identified need that has been brought up on several occasions, which is when the district wants to try something new,
right,
what is the process that guides that? Knowing that there are times when it could lead to a curriculum adoption versus it wouldn't lead to a curriculum adoption. So it's either or. It's perfectly fine. It's up to the board.
And I'll do a quick follow-up. And I asked that because this is key for me, right? That it's not set in stone yet. And that's why we have that flexibility of just looking at this first to see how it works, so that we can work out the kinks. And then at that time, do the evaluation and then come together as a board and figure out, hey, do we want to have this also as a BP? Because we worked this out now. Now we can see the strengths and weaknesses to the process and the protocols, and then evaluate at that time. Yes, we should, or no, we shouldn't, and then go from there.
So typically ARs, the review process and the editing process is a lot easier than a BP. It's a little bit more extensive. And so that's why we started with the AR first. And then we can, again, because we can come back as administrative regulation and say, oh, we noticed that it didn't hit this. And so we need to make these particular changes, bring it back to you. And you say yay or nay. And then at that point you can say, we need something higher than that in order to always guide it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Any other trustee?
Yeah, I'll say, it sounds like we all have the same positive reaction to this. You know, it hits the points that all of us said before about, you know, communication and involvement in metrics and all those things. So I appreciate that. I know that, you know, you were describing commonality among a lot of these ARs and processes. There's one statement that's in I guess a State Board of Education section for pilots that it seems very elegant to me. And at first I was thinking that that sentence, because it encapsulates everything that we want to say, should be included in here. And now I'm reading the, you know, the AR that you're, the draft that you're recommending to us. And in my mind, the AR incorporates this sentence, but I'm going to read the sentence out loud so that, you know, to get a sense of if others feel that the draft AR has this in spirit. So that sentence is, the process of selecting and implementing new instructional materials should be thoroughly planned, conducted publicly, and well documented. And this is from Ed Code 6002. So my sense is this is a description of something that's thoroughly planned, and it's would be conducted publicly, and it would be well documented. So my sense is that what you're recommending to us has those features. So I would be fine with just accepting this.
Anyone else?
But if you were going to incorporate that, you'd put it like maybe right at the beginning as a lead-in?
Yeah.
Or as
To
the
tie
second
it all
sentence.
together.
Maybe the second sentence after with definition. Yeah, that first sentence, and then you can have that as a
And
second
that,
sentence.
and that wouldn't, in my mind, it wouldn't hurt to have it in there, and, and that would be a good placement. It'd kind of set up the whole AR, and I think, you could format the page so it could still be on one page.
We'll shrink the font. Or increase the margins, or
Yeah.
use
Yeah,
Garamond.
we're all familiar with those tricks.
It's Garamond, sorry, which I personally love, but apparently I always get outvoted. What we could do on that one is we could add it as bullet 1 at the very top, approval of programmatic pilot programs. And we need to wordsmith that, because programmatic and then programs. I know that was a feedback that was sent.
Mhm.
I thought we caught it, but so what we would say is approval of pilot programs shall be used based on the following criteria. And then what we could do is add that as bullet 1, which will be, and I believe you sent that to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did I.
So we can put that down as number 1. And then number 2 would be evidence that there is a clear benefit. 3 would be evidence that the community and board were engaged. Even though it is a little bit redundant, there's nothing wrong with that.
Redundancy is often good.
So
Can I
right, or we could
interject an
combine
idea?
sentence 1 and 2 together to make it fit. But yes, we can add that.
Okay.
What, Trustee Wheeler?
Yes.
What if we made your sentence the text of BP 6161.12?
This- Oh, BP.
So just make
I-
that the
let-
policy.
Let's.
That's
look
the
at that for-
overarching policy.
Right. No,
And then
that-
this thing is
what
the
I'm trying to
implementation.
do is see if we could elegantly incorporate this tonight, and it sounds like we're nearly there.
Oh,
so,
right.
um,
I
I'd
thought the
like
other
to
way is more
pursue that.
elegant. That's the policy that you'd like to see implemented, that
Mhm.
very generic high level thing.
Mhm.
And then what we have here is staff's proposal for how to do it. And it would fix the fact that it's the only AR without a matching BP.
Is that
Oh, okay.
is that sentence already in the AR? I thought that's no.
It is not. In
been-
essence, it is because of the process, and then there is an adaptation of it in sentence number 2, but it is not as poignant
Explicitly. Yeah,
as
I like that word, poignant.
as what she stated. So yes, it's adding it is not bullet 1. Either we'll do one if the goal is to keep it on one page, then we'll either shrink it and add bullet 1, or we'll combine sentence 1
Yeah.
with sentence
Anyway,
2.
that's what I would recommend then.
It's not a problem.
Is everyone in agreement?
I'm fine with that. I actually kind of like Trustee Coladonato's suggestion, because it just like the simple policy, and then we don't have to mess with the formatting, but I could go either way.
Well, I've got one behind me.
Trustee Wilson, what say you?
I agree with Laura. We could do a policy. I'm fine with that, but we could also just incorporate it here. I'm not sure how much more we could add to that policy. Would it be a 1-sentence policy,
Why
or
not? It's fine.
or
Concise.
if Trustee Coladonata would like to lead the drafting of that policy?
Well, I might write a
I
few more
would-
flowerly, poignant paragraphs.
I'd
and
be
add it.
fully on board.
I don't think you need to. I think it's fine to have a policy that is 1 sentence,
I'm
because
just
that's
kidding. That's what I am proposing. Yes.
Trustee Wheeler.
I'm trying to get this done tonight.
Mhm.
So if
We can't
well,
approve it tonight. This is a discussion.
I
just
know
a-
I know, and we don't approve ARs either. So, if what we're saying is we want to have a BP that goes with this AR and have the BP be 1 sentence, that's all right with me. We're including the sentence anyway. So, that would be fine with me too.
Okay, so it looks like we all have that in common, that we're fine.
The team has spoken.
The team has spoken. We're good with what we have right now, and we are open to do a BP later on. That would be a 1-sentence descriptor.
I would be more explicit and not say I'm open to doing it. I would say we will do a BP later on, and this will be its sentence.
Well, can we just ask staff to bring it on the consent agenda for the next meeting, and we just approve it right then?
Approve what? The
BP 6161.12, which is the sentence that you
Yeah.
found. And we don't have to have a separate meeting about it.
That's fine.
And it can even just be on the first reading.
And so I trust that you'll bring that up in items for Future agenda.
Yeah, if we get to that.
Yeah. No, I think we will. That's we gotta hurry up. Let's go.
I-
Okay.
I think we understand the direction pretty clear.
That's clear.
Sounds good.
That was clear.
We
Sounds
would
good.
simply bring back board policy 6161.12, that board policy governing the piloting of programs, and it will be one line. Well, one sentence.
Yeah.
As
And
reflected
then-
by Trustee Wheeler's earlier comments from, and then we can cite to the.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
No problem.
All right. So I'll open this up now to, if you don't mind, trustees, to community comments. Is there anyone who's interested in the community to share their feedback and perspective, knowing that we've got 15 minutes left?
No pressure. Save us time.
So hi, my name is Alan Wessel, and I have two kids at Graham. First of all, I'd like to thank all who've been involved in the process, Dr. Rudolph and so forth, for a much more inclusive process here, and for really the great strides that I think we've made in terms of laying down what the process should look like in our district. Let me just mention that, I know everyone is really worried perhaps about, making mistakes the next time around. One comment that I would make is, when I look at the timeline for Health Connected, I see the total timeline is actually being much longer than I feel, even as a very concerned parent, it necessarily needs to be. And so, I would certainly look to both the district and the board, to look for opportunities to continue to be able to move swiftly, because, after all, the goal is to get from hopefully good, rather than bad, but, from wherever we are to better, and to great, as quickly as we can. And we want to move carefully because we don't want to repeat mistakes from the past, but we don't want to move too slowly. I had some questions about this. I still feel it is perhaps more unwieldy than it needs to be. One suggestion that I might make is, rather than going through a park and a piloting process and so forth twice, I think it could be done in one step. And, that might require rephrasing some of this and so forth. So that would be one point. The other point that I would like to make is that, and I've said this before, there are, state guidelines on a lot of these things. Personally, I find the way that the state delineates things a little bit more clear. And so we might want to think about incorporating some of that language. I mean, the language that they use is, that LEAs can incorporate instructional materials that have not been adopted by the state of California. And, the process then to do that is this. And to me, that's a very clear line. If we're doing it for something that has been adopted or hasn't been adopted. The other comment that I would make is that there are also state policies for some very specific considerations, which I think all of us would want to ensure are covered in any future pilots or instructional material implementations, including a directive that people look in advance at what the impact would be for kids with special needs, and so forth, to make sure that the materials are available in appropriate formats and so forth. So, I'll finish in just a moment, but, my hope would be that really there'd be some pointer somewhere to the fact that there are state guidelines, so that a committee, which might consist of people who have never done that before, know where to look, and know that they need to consider, if it's a math core adoption, then I need to look here. And this, and this is where all the stuff is listed from the state and so forth, because we don't want people to make a mistake because they've never done it before and they don't know where to look.
Thank you, Mr. Wessel. Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Moving on. Board updates.
The never-ending board meeting.
Board updates. Hey, after this, we're going to Denny's.
I have sent my updates to Ms. Loga, and I hope you all read them in a timely fashion.
I will send mine in to Ms. Loga as well.
I'll do the same.
As will I.
Greg?
Yes, I will.
No, this is you. This is you. This is us.
Oh,
Items
that's
for-
what you're
We're
asking.
moving on to items for future agendas. Items for future agenda.
So just real quick, because you asked about this, how to phrase it, you are looking to amend board policy 3112. And then how you're looking to amend it could either be to include limits for entering contracts for instructional and professional services, contracted services, or something like that. That's the essence of, I walked out and asked Phil to look at that board policy, but
Okay.
that appears to be where the policy that you want to edit.
Take a look
And-
That's what I wanted to talk
Yes.
about. Right.
So
Is anybody else interested in?
No,
Second.
that's
What-
what was-
Yes.
Can you repeat the name of that particular one?
So it is,
It's the contract.
you're looking to amend board policy 3112, which governs the contract process.
Okay.
In there. And then what it looks like you're looking to add is to include, and I'm just taking off of what I sort of captured.
Keep going.
To include limits for entering contracts for instructional, contracted, and professional services.
I think that's a fine summary.
No, that's
you know.
fine.
I just want,
that's
I'd
what it
like the
is.
board to all understand whether, if a contract's not ratified yet, what its status is and so forth. And I think 3112 is the place to talk about
Okay,
that.
so we'll double check that for sure. Yeah.
And by the
that-
way,
that's-
in there, there's weird stuff about non-nutritious beverages and weird stuff about advertisements on computer programs, but it doesn't have anything about whether an unratified contract is enforceable or not. So I think that maybe some of that other stuff doesn't need to stay. I don't know if it's why it needs to be there. It's required to be in that thing, huh? Okay, they made us put it there.
Well,
Okay,
okay.
so that's one item.
So that's, okay, so that's two. So don't we have to vote for this? Or
I
we'll just
think
place it-
we all did.
Okay,
I think
great.
we
It doesn't need to be a vote. you know,
Okay,
If
so
everybody,
we'll do that. Okay.
And then also we agreed to put on consent having a board policy of that one sentence to
Right.
pair with the AR that we described. Yes.
you can just call it .12 if you want. And now, one thing that we talked about a little bit, do we want to, on May 4th, discuss, recap what happened in the May 2nd election? Like we can decide now that the 2 days after the parcel tax election, we can talk about where to go.
Will we have results? within
We
2 days?
will know
I
whether
think
it's
that'd be a good placeholder.
Yeah. placeholder. Everybody agree with that?
Right. So at worst, we can have like a special study session or just a.
Well, at worst, if we don't want to talk
Discussion
about it that
item.
night, we can table it to some other day. That's at worst.
Okay.
But if it's like one vote apart, we can table it then too. But if it's one way or the other, we can talk about what to do.
Okay.
Discussion item.
Sorry to interrupt. Just, is it to make suggestions about changes? Because if so, you probably want to do that a little bit earlier. So that Dr. Clark,
No, that was the whole point.
him and I are racing
Yeah.
for who has the
That's the
most
whole
hair.
point of this extended conversation tonight is that we were told we couldn't do it. We couldn't wait that long. But I think to Trustee Calderonado's point, he wants to be able to have the option for a conversation after the parcel tax.
Not budgeting purposes.
Not necessarily budgeting purposes, but the board may beg, for this or that change to be made based on something. But I certainly would like us to be able as a body discuss 2 days after that.
That's fine. I just want to make sure Dr. Clark doesn't look like me tomorrow in terms of hair.
We can make a few changes in May. If the budget in waiting for May, no. But parcel tax results, May 4th, talk about the actual impact. That's a few tweaks. We can totally do that. Because we'll be doing the same after May 18th, after Governor's May revise comes out. If there are material changes, we'll be tweaking as well. We just can't wait for that.
And then we also are, how often do you get new AV numbers? Every month or two? Every month. So we'll
Oh,
have
good.
2 new months worth of AVs by then.
A month?
You'll have one.
Well, at least one.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
it's usually like maybe the 5th or the 8th that we get for this month.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then one last question. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. One last question. The subcommittee that we talked about.
Okay, so
yeah,
you have two subcommittees. and this is whether it's a standing committee or ad hoc committee. If it's a standing committee, so the policy one that you have mentioned would technically fall under a standing committee. And if so,
Which policy?
Wait, you're on. You and Laura.
Oh, that
That one.
policy
Yeah.
one.
is that
Yeah,
a,
yeah. That's an ad hoc committee or no?
well,
Well, that's what.
that's the question. So is this something that you plan on doing for several years? Or is it something that is just a quick?
Can I say the board used to have a policy committee, so I would think that, this is not important to take time on, whether it's ad hoc or committee. We could just be reviving an old committee.
What difference does it
But,
make?
well, the Brown Act comes into play with that, right? So we have to make that distinction.
I would expect maybe to work on it some over the summer. I'm not sure how much we're going to get done in the next 2 months, so it might be a longer committee would be my
Okay,
perspective.
so we can do that. And then the second one is, which is what we talked about, which I guess was mentioned while I was out, which is you want to have a committee, and we need to check with the city in terms of what their requirements are for the Brown Act. But you want to have a committee that interacts with the city government to discuss construction and stuff like that. So the question for that one, which was what President Gutierrez Jr. mentioned, which is that whether that's a standing committee or ad hoc committee, do you view this as a short-term engagement or do you view this as a long-term engagement? If so, that's the distinction. That's where he was leading.
Right.
I'd say long-term. I think, I imagine that as long as the school district's here, the city's going to be over there.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
long-term.
Okay. So committee membership for that. Can I bring that up now? Oh, can we bring it up later? Okay, let's do it then. Yeah, let's do it then.
Future item. So we have the committee. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we'll come back on that one. We'll bring it back and then we'll get that going.
Okay.
Excellente.
Just because you have 4 minutes.
Oh, we can do it unless you want to do it now. We got 4 minutes.
Laura, you
No,
wanted
I
this
don't know
to
if you
end.
have other items, so
No,
I was just simply saying.
We're done. Yeah.
We're covered.
It's your call.
Well, yeah. What was the other? What was the three? I'm intrigued.
No. So it's so you're saying there's
There's a board bylaw on how to request items to be agendas.
Right.
We didn't follow it this time, did we?
Right. Well, that's why I was trying to bring
We're
that up in
doing
the
an
beginning.
ad hoc methodology.
We're doing it that the team's all agreeing, so we don't need to go through the overly,
So we have 4
laborious.
items. BP, sorry to cut you off. BP 616.12, BP 3112, ad hoc committee, standing committee for interacting with the city, and standing committee for policies.
Well, one of them was May 4th discussion about parcel
And
tax
May 4th
results.
discussion, so that's 5 items.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And having said that,
And- Yeah.
yes, Madam Wheeler.
And I think we have set a date for our study session or a special, so do you want to say what that is, Dr.
Boundaries.
Rudolph?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Weaver.
It will be April 5th.
Yeah.
uh,
Wednesday,
from-
April 5th.
From 5 to 7, which, okay, so I have to ask one other question. So Dr. Gorman actually wants to know, would you like to do, you talked about a board retreat, or at least the superintendent's evaluation, but you wanted to have an informal check-in with feedback to the coach, Dr. Gorman. And so he's actually going to be here during that time. And so he would like to meet with you. We can schedule it all and we'll make it all work. But you just need to know if that's something. you wanna do.
So before or after 5 to 7 p.m.?
We'll get it all squeezed in. I'll talk to Tony, see how long it's going to take him. Then I'll talk to Pete. I know we have 2 competing things going, plus traffic. Trustee Blakely has to be gone by 7:30, so we'll make it all work.
Okay.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
I support that.
Okay.
Okay, the time is 10:58. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, trustees.
Thank you. Okay. Can I talk to you for a minute?
This is like 2015. 6-hour meetings.
Alright, like it's 2015.
6-hour meetings again.
Doesn't have to be normal.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Yeah, I don't imagine you're gonna I don't expect it to drop that.